What's that?
I had the audio turned off too, so.
No, it's called marriage.
Is that what you were trying to do, or?
Do you want it back in, or you want it all the way over?
Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. It's not.
Speaking of you, is it on mic? There's a setting in there for sound too.
Well, at least we're ADA compliant.
Yeah.
It's a mad bedman in a wheelchair.
That's what I'm trying to do.
It's working better now? Okay.
Where's your dog, Gina?
We went to her home with some calm. I'm like, please don't cry. I don't need the buggy to come here. I was kind of mad at Ed because he could have just called me.
She was whining because she was so low.
Yeah, she was crying, apparently pretty bad. So I had to put her in kennel because I thought the other part were it was worse again. And it sounded like she was trapped. So they called the ACO on us.
Oh, really?
Oh my gosh. I'm pretty sure she ate all the corn before I left.
Ate all of that?
The corn, all the stuff I stuck in her mouth.
Let's put a Benadryl or something in there too.
How kind of you.
Somebody keeps feeding Brody because I came out to the truck yesterday and there's a big old knuckle bone in the back of my truck. He's chewing on like, who's feeding this dog?
Who are we missing?
Oh yeah, that's oh yeah. You got my message that 2.8 will be pulled. Transportation. That's not there.
Will I announce that, or will I let Rich announce that?
Probably you, because it's in consent,
Okay.
so. Unless he gets up early and has to have it pulled, and all this. We received the email at 2.8.
We are on Zoom.
Are we? Okay.
What are you doing? So you can't hear.
Well, yeah, that's what he says all the time. And then I say something about my wife. And Daryl has a blooper reel of me that he's gonna watch me someday. Everything.
Thanks, yeah. Junkie.
It's just the millions of viewers on TV that
No one's there.
Yeah, it's pretty slow on cable TV now, so they have to
yeah.
local board meetings.
So streaming is on, so.
Talk to the big guy.
It's time for you to be back in the rodeo. Not being there. You back on there yet?
Hi, Emma.
Hello.
John, who are you?
I'll be taking Tina's place.
Yay.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Excuse me. Nobody can take
take Tina's place. So, has it sold?
We're in escrow.
Good, congratulations. Hope you stay there. How's the wee one doing?
She got the pokey called on her. And she was crying to my neighbor called them. So I was bringing her, but I can't bring her today, so. You ever want to stop by and see her?
You bring yours, I'll bring mine.
Okay, we'll see how they do.
I'll get Brody in.
Yeah.
Oh, I get to bring both of them then.
We'd be happy to sit on your lap all day.
What, you know what? I hate to disappoint you, but I like it.
He's only 110 pounds. He has to lose some weight because we're reserved a cabin next summer. And it said you can have dogs up to 100 pounds. So, oh God, I gotta put my dog on a diet before next summer. So,
We did a lot of time.
Yeah, it's not that hard.
I don't feed him that much. It's everybody at the courthouse feeding. That's where he's gaining weight. So I go out. He's got.
So, put him on the line, we can call the police on you, or call
Yeah.
the sheriff on you.
Oh, again.
I get it.
Yeah, I haven't called him once.
Yeah.
Put Brody in the back of the truck.
As you should have. Well, welcome.
Thank you.
And believe everything she tells you.
Okay.
Oh, because unbelievably so, it's all true. And you probably should listen to me, right?
All of this in the truck.
No. No, I'm just saying, you know what, it looks like somebody took all the candy out.
It is.
I brought cookies.
There's a bag over there that has some doves and then some coffee.
Oh, I don't want anything.
So,
Well, I was
at
wondering if they were yours.
the planning meetings,
No.
they've been wrestling with ants up there, so they took all the candy out of
Yeah,
there.
that's fine.
That's probably it back then.
But that's, I mean, that's what was happening, is they were giving ants up there on the corner.
They were Christmas candies.
Yeah,
Those are old.
there was a lot of old stuff in there.
Yeah, those are Christmas candies. They're gonna pass.
You've got 4 or 5.
That coffee thing is
Okay.
it.
I'm serious.
Is for public comment?
I told him somebody would come out.
Okay, when we get public comment, you'll, it's gonna be a few minutes, because I'm gonna bring these one, 2 or 3 at a time for public
This is
comment.
Emma, she's
I'm
gonna
gonna
take
fit
my
outside.
place.
Hi, Emma. How are you? Good, how are you?
Welcome.
And somebody just sits and
Hi. Okay, I'm Emma. Nice to meet you, Sherry. Marcy and Ed will be online, we'll have a report out. I just don't want to forget him online.
Okay.
Did, for Ed wants me to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah. Hey, Greg.
Hi.
She should be voting. I mean, she-
yeah, I was just.
she needs to- That's what I was.
I know.
And I'm sorry for that. Because that was my fault. But I think we should.
Cigarette with them on.
Let's go. Can't we find another 3-year-old? Oh, really? You having fun yet, Tara?
Most of the time.
Something else came across an email that I looked at, it wasn't necessary to look at regarding
People are people.
down south, we were working on it.
Travis Ranch?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Is there
one of the
anything-
problems.
I don't know, I haven't heard anything in almost a year.
It's a done deal.
Well, it's, the work I was doing got done.
Okay.
And at that point in
I
time,
believe so.
they were
Margaret,
Yeah.
I don't think
still
so.
on the list with, I think it's a CAL FIRE program or something like that they were on, so they were on the list, but
Maybe she meant.
I think they didn't make that cut, and so
Okay.
they're probably sitting out there waiting to see if they can get another one. But as far, I mean, the work that I was doing all got done. It's just creating the parcels, which they could use for
I'm gonna make an
valuation.
announcement. to
But
verify that.
as far as I know, nothing else has happened on that. And I was actually gonna call them next couple,
Okay.
maybe in a
Well,
few days,
if
just to
there's
find out
something
what's really, is there anything happening or not?
Yeah,
'Cause-
and they need to start, making connections with Dicky or
Yeah,
what's his?
yeah. I'll remind him of that.
Okay.
I'll remind him
And
of
I'm more
that.
than happy to.
Yeah, no,
push
I'll
that
remind him
connection.
that they should take that into consideration.
Yeah.
Thanks.
How are you? Recognize, you think so much here?
I'm not sure.
I'll sit. You can sit,
Was it, I didn't say that quiet
They
enough?
put the council on the dais in Sonoma.
Well, they were just
Yeah,
talking
they
about it.
Take the,
I'll finally sit where I belong in the back of class.
I'm sorry, you got that.
Margaret, I didn't know you were coming, so I think it's not there. You need it?
But thank you.
There's an agenda.
I know, I'm here. Hey, it's so comfy and hot, but your tush feels super nice.
Let's see.
No, you're fine.
Turn this down.
Margaret.
I know, you're fine.
Oh, no, come up here.
That's the last place I want to be. I'll sit back here.
It's gonna take a long time today?
That way you can
Behind that probably.
Oh, no.
That would be good, let's do that.
Let's do that. Back. No, let's do that.
Okay.
You're the boss man, so I don't want to. Thank you. This is service.
He's gotta go.
Bill will be there.
Would we go back to that?
Hi, I'm Margaret. Really nice to meet you. You have big shoes.
All right, when the music stops, somebody grab a chair.
Thank you. You will find out. I got, you want me to scoot this on?
You can go a little bit that way.
You can also move it outside.
Oh, yeah.
Outside, though.
Oh.
Are they
Is there
here?
one?
Yeah, some are you want, one or two for public comment, and then a couple for actually
I
items.
asked Ed to
One.
get a brief put out on
Yeah.
Numbers that are behind us.
This is Gina. She might be.
I just got your thing, Margaret.
Give you a little bit.
Well, I left my phone at home and my wife stopped by and gave it to Everett.
Oh, I saw you.
And Margaret goes, oh, I have your phone.
Good hands.
Only in Trinity.
Yeah.
Going out of the holiday. Two girls. And they swept the wall up top of the car. Stopped, grabbed it from the road. And then, chasing down. I didn't catch her until the rest of them.
They're armed, I know.
I tried to fly next to her, and they're like, "Why is this freaking?" I scared the hell out because I was last time I was. I know we were ready. I gotta cut you off, run you off the road here. So pit them just to kill them.
Hopefully they were thankful.
Good morning and welcome to the August 18th Board of Supervisors meeting. This meeting is called to order. Supervisor Friendly, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
My pleasure. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Before we begin the meeting with public comment, I'd like to hand the floor over to CEO Dr. Prudence.
Yes, Chair, before we do that, I would like to ask the board and members in the audience a moment of silence, and if you could, before we do that, explain what's going on.
Yes, sadly, last Friday, it was the 14th, there was a double fatality on 299, and one of them is believed to be our district attorney, Donna Daly. We have been unable to put out a press release at this time because we're working with Shasta County Coroner's Office for a positive identification, although there's uncertainty that one of the victims was Donna Daly. So we will be putting out a press release hopefully today or tomorrow when we get our confirmation, but we just want to let you know that it was sadly our friend and employee here in Trinity County.
We wouldn't mind having a moment of silence on her behalf. Thank you, Chair Newman. I just wanted to, also send our condolences to her department and, of course, her family and the other person involved. So it's kind of rocked the county family a little bit. So, and thank you, Chair. And I also have a subsequent item I'd like to introduce. So, if I may.
Supervisor, may I remind you to speak loudly?
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I'm a little flummoxed, but thank you for the reminder. I'd like to move and discuss and/or take action to add discussion to allow outside dining, and find that the need to take immediate action came to the attention of the board subsequent to the agenda being posted. The urgency is that the businesses are limited to the services they can provide due to COVID-19, and the Department of Transportation was notified after posting of the agenda of the ability to allow outside dining on the state highway system. And I guess we would take this at the end of the agenda. We learned that the board had to go through this process in order to move forward on this. So I would move to adopt.
Are you looking for a second?
Yes, I am.
I have a second.
All right.
Motion and second. Floor, please.
Supervisor Finley?
Yes.
Supervisor Morris?
Yes.
Supervisor Groves?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes. Mr. Chair, I also have a subsequent to put on. This is a closed session, subsequent to move, to discuss and/or take action, and to add closed session 54954.5, and find that we need to take immediate action came to the attention of the board subsequent to the agenda being posted. The urgency is vital to public safety in the county, and it is public employee appointment Dave Brady to interim district attorney. So that would be in the form of a motion.
Second.
Motion and second. Will the board, please?
Supervisor Finley?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Morris?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye. Are there any other additional subsequent items? Having none, before we go to public comment, I would like to announce that the item 2.3 from the July 7th meeting involving the In God We Trust plaque is not on this agenda. It will be on the following agenda. Many people have reached out with comment, and I want to be clear so that they may want to hold their public comment until the next meeting, or of course they are welcome to comment at this time as well. Having said that, we will move on with public comment. If there is anybody in the room, we will start with those people.
Check outside for your turn.
Chair, typically we've done COVID first before public comment. We answered a lot of questions for people.
Okay.
It's up to you.
So,
I don't have anybody on that. There were a couple that were outside. They were, okay.
So there are no public comments on the Zoom?
Not yet.
Okay.
No hand for the.
well, I don't know what you did up there.
Hi guys, you open? Okay, first thing I want to do is to bitch about your audio-visual system, which has been horrible before, but it's even worse now when you try to get in remotely. So I imagine I won't be able to understand myself if I try to look at this. And it's been bad in the room. It's more important now, spend some money on it, get better communications. Next thing is, in God we trust, forget it, you got better things to do. Maybe you trust, maybe you don't, but it's not something to spend effort on. That might be hell.
No.
Well, okay. I don't know what else to say, but keep plugging away. Bye.
Hi, Veronica Kelly Albies, Douglas City. I'm normally on Zoom, and this always bugs me. Just gonna wipe this down every time someone comes up. I wanted to take the opportunity, though, to give some kudos to your public health and Chrissy Anderson specifically. She has been very instrumental in working with Parks and Rec and other local businesses to make sure that we can provide services safely to our community, especially for, in our case, the youth. Putting them in a big bowl of bleach has worked well this summer. But I just wanted to say something really positive, because I know they get a lot of the heat right now. They're on the forefront, but they're doing a really good job in at least staying communication-wise and helping us create options for our community. Thank you.
Tina, are there any public comments online?
Not on Zoom.
Chair, you might remind the Zoom members that they need to raise their hand on the Zoom.
If there are any individuals on the Zoom meeting or on the call-in number, please announce yourself or raise your hand on the Zoom feature.
We have a few more.
The people with public comment can enter the room, please.
They're talking to Richard.
I'm still having trouble getting on Zoom for what it's worth.
That's it.
Unless there are any last-minute callers with public comment, we will be closing public comment and moving on. Supervisor Morris, would you like to start with item 1.2?
Yes, thank you. I'm all caught up in the Zoom. Is Joe here? Yep, Joe is here.
Oh, that's 1.5. That's fine.
Great. Thank you. we're going to receive a presentation from the U.S. Forest Service Trinity River Management Unit District Ranger Joe Smales regarding the upcoming projects within the Shasta Trinity National Forest. Joe, of course, is part of our Trinity Collaborative Group and gave us a great update on some forestry projects that I think is important for all of you to hear. And so, Joe, if you would mind stepping up, and if I also may say, had to grab Joe quickly because mid-September he is going off into retirement. So, as I told him on the phone, we really hate to see you go. You've been a great asset here, so thank you for your work.
It's been a pleasure to serve also, and a pleasure to work with you. Anyway, I still have 4 weeks.
Yeah.
There's still some work to do. So let me give you a little bit of a fire update, if that's okay. So we've had 2 lightning holdovers. Many of you got the message I sent out last night. Nothing's changed. We haven't detected any more fires, but we do have a recon flight that'll be taking off any minute, and we'll get a report. Am I expecting any holdovers, additional holdovers to pop over or to pop out? Kind of, yeah. Just because we had a tremendous amount of lightning, especially in the north part of the county. So we'll see. It's very hard to predict that, but I will let you know in my usual email chain of what's happening. I did not give a report on the red salmon fire. That's a complex that is northwest of our area. It's in the very northwest portion of our county. This fire complex takes in the Klamath National Forest, the Shasta Trinity National Forest a little bit to the east, and then the 6 rivers to the west. The fire that is on us, the salmon fire, pretty good shape. Hasn't grown any. There is line around it, and we feel confident that that's not going to grow. You don't want to get too confident because we're still in August. We can have some wind events and future lightning events. The red, which is on the 6 rivers, much larger. It's in a much larger box, but it is not getting out of hand. A lot of resources. We do have a Type 1 incident team on that fire, actually in all the complex. What is gathering our attention is a spot fire that went on the Klamath. It was a spot, it could have been presumably from our firing operations. Anyway, that's somewhere around 400 acres. And so the challenge right now is with all the fires in Central California, Eastern California, and Southern California, we have had a lot of resources in just a matter of days taken on those areas that have a lot of structures, a lot of property at stake. Not to say our resources are not important, but yet when you weigh that against private property and houses and other infrastructures, that gains more attention. So we still have the Type 1 team in place. We still have, in my estimation, adequate resources. We could always use more, but right now I will be headed over there for a checkup to see what's going on later this afternoon. Once I do, I'll give an update on that. But I guess the good news is that the salmon fire on us is looking pretty good. It hasn't really grown in the last, I would say, 7-8 days. Projects. I don't know how much time I have here, but I could talk a long time, but I'll try to be as brief as I can. I would like to start off with the COVID-19 work environment that we find ourselves in. We're making adjustments. We're doing, I think, pretty good. Wearing masks was very, very challenging at first, like it is with anybody. But I think we're pretty good in the way of adherence to that. The cleaning after you go to the restroom and the knobs inside our buildings, I think we do pretty good on that too. We are still teleworking. We're in what we call phase 1, where teleworking is still encouraged. If you need to come to the office, come to the office. If it gets too crowded, that's where a district ranger, a line officer has discretion. If there's too many people, we send people back working at home. We don't have that problem because a lot of people say, hey, thank you very much, I'm good. I'd rather work at home. There's a lot of people like that, and so actually that's a good solution. So that's where we are with the COVID-19 work environment. I would say half my workforce, non-fire, is working at home while the other half is working in the office. The fire sector, different. They have to show up. No one's teleworking, and with all the resources, the screaming for resources right now, people are all over the place, especially across Northern California. Usually the last half of August, the first half of September, it just depends on what the weather is doing at the time. We're in our peak season right now, and we are stretched. As far as projects, let's go to projects a little bit. We have a lot to say. You know, getting out of this COVID-19 work environment, it's going to take some time. I would say we had a little bit of a pause in March and April, but we're coming out of it, but ever so slowly. Field surveys by our specialists, that's just, it's not like you can go out there every day and work. And the reason why is that there's still other work that has to be done in the office, and with the COVID-19 environment that we find ourselves in, it's important to pair people up for safety, but also maintaining that social distance. There's a fine line, but to get engaged 100%, we're not there yet. I would say we're more like 50 to 75%. And maybe a little bit later, as we ease out of this, we can engage a little bit more. The pilot project. The pilot project has been the #1 project ever since I've been here. We are in the 8th or 9th, I would say we're in the 9th inning and 1 out, 2 outs in that inning. We are really, really close. It's a South Fork Management Unit project, but yet on the west side, we kind of look at all these projects together. So we hope to have a draft out, I would hope sometime in October, which is just around the corner. And once we get the draft out, it'll be available for everybody, the public, to make comment on. The other project, Dubakella, I don't know if you've heard of Dubakella before, but Dubakella Phase 1 was signed when Tom Hall was here. Phase 2, I believe it was signed about 3 months ago, so we're good on that. The WCF project, the Weaverville Community Forest Fuels and Recreation Project, huge project, 5,000 acres. It's a fuels project, no timber harvesting. It's areas that we have treated before, burned over before through understory burning and jackpot pile burning. The Oregon fire did go through there, I believe 4 or 5 years ago. And so this is really a maintenance of those areas that we have already treated. If you don't maintain those field treatments, guess what happens? They grow up. Here in Trinity County, we have a lot of growth. We're at low elevation, relatively speaking, and they grow over and they become ineffective. So we want to treat those areas. We take that very seriously to make them effective. And this project basically is north of Weaverville. It does wrap around a little bit to the west of Weaverville, but this is a very important project. We hope to have a decision. Because of COVID-19, we decided to break it up a little bit in 2 phases, Phase 1, Phase 2. Phase 1 is about 2,000 acres, and we should have that. It's a CE, categorical exemption, I should back up, which is the lowest level of our NEPA entitlements. And so we hope to have a decision sometime at the end of October. That's the way we planned it. And so implementation, hopefully, can take place in November and December. And that is part of the Joint Chiefs. Joint Chiefs is funding a good portion of that project. Phase 2 of the WCF project, Weaverville Community Fuels and Recreation Project, that's going to take up the remaining 3,000 acres. And we don't have a timeline on that, but that'll certainly be fiscal year 21. There's so much to report here, but I don't know if you remember, I think most of you would do who've been around here for a while, the Trinity Alps Prescribed Fire Project. It's about 20,000 acres over the Megram footprint, more of the west side of the Trinity Alps wilderness. Yes, the salmon fire has taken a little bit of that. It's done some good work for us. Maybe about 3, 4, 5% of that footprint, the 20,000 acres that has burned, but it hasn't burned at a high severity. So that's the good news. Because of the work environment that we're in, we will not have the Trinity House prescribed fire project ready to be signed. It's an environmental assessment, a little bit higher than our CEs, categorical exemptions, and so we hope to have that in place next year. I would say the end of next year. There is a little bit of archaeology work, verifications that were inadvertently missed from the first time we put out the draft. We need to take care of that business and put our archaeologists back out there to verify whether these sites should be included in the project record. So there's a little bit of work that needs to be done there, but this is still a priority. We would like to have that signed by next year because that's a wilderness project. Scott Russell, our forest supervisor, will need to sign that. The other project that we're spending a lot of time is the Trinity Public Utility District right-of-way expansion. I think most of you know what that is. Very ambitious. The Forest Service certainly supports that because it's going to increase fire resiliency in their power corridor. And so we, the Forest Service, have our specialist giving guidance to their specialist who's a part of Aspen Environmental Consulting Group. So we work with their consulting group. They're doing a good job. In fact, I believe they're done. They may have a little bit more work archaeology-wise, but we're very, very close to having all their specialists and field surveys complete. Now what happens with the environmental group, Aspen, is that they will go through and do the reports and combine these reports and prepare for whether it's an EIS, which we hear that will be, or an EA. I would imagine it would be an EIS based on the size of the project. So that's going along. The timeline, I don't have the timeline, but I can say that they are looking for a draft EIS, if it is an EIS, sometime next year. I would say mid-year. I would say the first 6 months from what I'm hearing. So they're moving along quite well, and the Forest Service, my unit, is very engaged. The other project, which is an interesting project I should mention to you, is called the Bowerman Ridge Project. This is a project, it will be a CE, somewhere around 2,000 acres, the Bowerman Ridge area, the north part of our district. And we are going to engage in a third-party NEPA. NEPA is our National Environmental Policy Act. We are going to contract with the Watershed Training Center to do the NEPA on this, to perform the categorical exemption. Occasionally we do involve other third parties, but we have confidence. We know who they are. They've been around. They have good leadership in Nick Gillette, and we're excited to say that we will be starting that somewhere around, I would believe, October, November. We have the money. We've just signed the agreements, which is a lot. And Forest Service just getting an agreement to engage third parties is quite an effort. But happy to report that this is a real good project. This project came out of the Cooperative Fuel Break Group, which the Cooperative Fuel Break Group is a combination of Sierra Pacific, the Forest Service, Trinity River Lumber Company, all those stakeholders coming together to decide where should these fuel breaks be in Trinity County, just because there's different jurisdictions of management. You have private property, you have Forest Service, and you may have some other private property ownership. We're combining, putting heads together to match up these fuel breaks. And so the genesis of that is to create efficiency. Fire doesn't care what property, who owns it. And so we decided, let's talk, and let's put these fuel breaks together, match them up as close as we can. And so the Bowerman project is one of those projects that we're going to test that out. I should also say, going back to the Weaverville Community Forest Fuels and Recreation Project, That is also part of the meeting with this cooperative fuel break group, especially with Sierra Pacific and the Forest Service. There's a lot of ownership there that we're going to match up, and also some small private non-industrial owners. We're trying to reach out. NRCS is helping us to reach out to them so we can truly have continuity in these fuel breaks. So there's so much going on in the Forest Service right now. And as I mentioned, we're picking up speed ever so slowly to pick up that pace and scale. Some of our employees are stretched to the limit right now just because of the school situation. Are they in school, out of school? Is there daycare? I have to pay attention to those. And that is a very real situation where families are having to make strong adjustments, I would say, in how they're working and dealing with those issues at home. Most are making that adjustment very well. Some are struggling a little bit, but that's to be expected. The RAC, Trinity County RAC. I would be remiss if I didn't bring that up. I don't have a lot to say about the RAC because we have a detailer in the state of Alaska that's trying to get county RAC packages approved. Last year in December that we had our candidates vetted, and so that was very encouraging. I thought, well, we're off to the races. We're going to get this thing approved and we're going to go. And then a few people who had experience with RACs before said, Joe, just be prepared. Well, they were right. It has come to a very slow crawl. So yesterday, actually a couple of days ago, I put an email out suggesting that we need to find out where we are with this. And so I may request from the board a support letter to find out, to help move our RAC along. Jeremy, you mentioned that quite a long time ago, and so I would think that might be appropriate right now to get that letter of support. Where are we with the RAC? It's very hard to find out where we are right now with our RAC package. And so we put a lot of time into it, but it's been on hold for the better part of, I don't know, 8 months. And so to me, that's too long. And I can communicate a little bit later in more detail, about that. The last thing I'd like to report is on recreation. Recreation, if anybody hasn't been around here, you haven't been paying attention as to how busy our kiosk is for the Trinity Alps Wilderness. We have a kiosk that people like to go there. They like to look at the map, fill out a form if they're going out to the wilderness. If they're staying overnight, they're required to do that. And so it has been just nonstop every day of the week. It's just nonstop. Did not see that last year or the year before. I don't think we've ever seen the type of traffic. My estimation is 3 to 4 times the normal use. What is normal use? I'm not going to get into that, but I can tell you that it has been an overwhelming response. There's several ways of looking at this. It can be a good thing because people are getting out. The trade-off to that is that there's such an overwhelming number. Our trails have become crowded. Our trailheads, our parking areas, we're at the limit. It's at the breaking point. There is no parking space on any given day. And so as a result, people are parking along the roads up to the trailhead, and as a result, sometimes it's very hard to get an emergency vehicle through because of the narrowness of the path. So anyway, we're struggling with that. We're coming up with some solutions. I do get comments from the public. What are we going to do about the condition of the roads? We did the Trinity Alps transportation study last year, and boy, is that going to come and help us. The President signed the Great American Outdoors Act a couple of weeks ago. A lot of money is going to come to the Forest Service nationwide. In Region 5, the state of California, I can't remember the amount of dollars, but millions of dollars. If I remember right, somewhere around $45, $50 million. And this is going to be for 5 years. And so we are developing a list. We are submitting it today of those projects that we deem critical. And so this, what type of projects? It's deferred maintenance. Deferred maintenance is something that is, it's a good fit for our recreation, our developed recreation sites. It's very old. Just look at our buildings and our compounds, they're old, but our developed recreation sites are old too. We need a lot of updating. Bathroom replacements, water system replacements, upgrades, trailhead improvements. We're also putting in a request for Canyon Creek Road, our jurisdiction, and Stewart Fork Road leading up to the trailhead. We are including those as projects for this Great American Outdoors Act. We think we have a good shot, just based on the incredible use that we've been seeing, and so hopefully we're successful in it. It is competitive. It's just not that it's an automatic grant for money, and so we hope that we were successful in that. And I will share with you what those results will be. So our recreation folks are stretched to the limit right now, are what we call our recreation technicians. We just call them rec techs. They are stretched to the limit just with the wanton trash that we've been finding in our developed rec sites, and also the Trinity Alps Wilderness. Trash beyond belief. No, I think you could believe it. If you've gone up there, you've probably seen some remnants of things that we try to pick up and keep up with. But I think overall we're doing a great job in what we can, and hopefully with this these little pieces of funds that we can tap into, that will make a difference. So I could go on a little bit further, but I think you got a pretty good capture of what I'm trying to share with you. We have a lot of challenges coming out of COVID-19, and then the recreation use and the projects, trying to get up to speed. Those are our challenges.
Thank you, Joe, for the thorough detail. Are there any questions from the board?
Go ahead.
I have two. One, in this new act, is there going to be monies available for trails?
There are, because we consider those maintenance. We're focusing right now on what's being used most, which is the developed recreation sites. But yes, trails are included as well.
And are those trails that are not just in the wilderness area?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, anything that's recreation based. It'd be nice if this funding would stretch outside of recreation. Not really. It's really recreation based. Yeah. And so there's other monies that come along, Keith, that give us shots of money. But right now, the Great American Outdoors Act, I mean, it's they're asking us to take it seriously, and boy, I tell you, we are. We don't get opportunities like this very often. So if we don't get all the needs in 1 year, we have another year. I mentioned it's for 5 years, and so you know, we're going to hit those recreation facilities that we feel like where there's the most use. And a bathroom really is. Here we are in COVID-19, and that's a health thing. And so you know, some of the bathrooms are just deteriorating rapidly. So the South Fork Management Unit is going to be the recipient of that, more so than on my unit. But anyway, it's well thought out, and I think well deserved, you know, for that application.
Okay, my second question is, the car in the Delta Fire, I know a lot of this was not in your unit, but there still was some, during this rains, we had some flash floods up in
Right.
there that caused a lot of sediment movement. What is the rehabilitation, where are we at in the process from the Forest Service point of view?
It's a good question, Keith. So we were fortunate to get the CCI grant, the CAL FIRE grant funding, and we're using some of that to mitigate some of the effects of that. I don't have a detailed list of what those are, but we do want to address Just not the vegetation treatment, the harvesting of large saw logs, but also the treatment of other small sticks that we'd like to go in there and pile and burn. Along with that, you know, we had a bear response team go through and treat those areas. Is that to say everything is done and we walk away? No, there's going to be some more work. So we're going to look for more opportunities just beyond the CCI grant funding to look at that because it was such a large area. It's interesting you bring that up because we did have one timber sale that did not sell. And so it was our last project, somewhere around, I think, 1.5 million board feet. So we want to treat that as well. We just don't want to leave that. And we're going to try to find some funding to treat that, fell the trees, skid them out, deck them, and give that for firewood. I'm not sure, but we want to address that as well. I should say we have logged somewhere around 7.5 million board feet. We're all finished with the logging, and we feel like we were successful. It was just roadside hazard. We did not go interior and get all the timber. We felt like we didn't have the time, and we just weren't quite prepared for that. We felt like get the road treatments where the public access is for safety, and that's what we did. And you know, it wasn't a boundary-to-boundary treatment, but we did get along those roads, which I'm happy that we did that. So.
And then lastly, Joe, I'd just like to thank you for your service here. You brought a new, fresh face and thought to this area.
Thank you.
And to see projects actually at least moving is very exciting for me personally and for the whole county. So thank you for your time, Hunter, and hopefully the Forest Service keeps that inertia going.
You bet. You bet. Yeah, it's been a pleasure to serve here.
Thank you. And thank you for the great report. It was very helpful. And if we as a board can help support your application for the Great Outdoor Grant process, if that's legal, let us know. Also, as you mentioned, the public lands in California are just getting hammered all throughout California, and thank you for addressing some of those needs up by Canyon Creek, because that is really swamped. So thank you for trying to do some signage and slow people down. Thank you.
Right. We did get some signs up, right? Yeah, and I appreciate your concerns on that too, Jeremy, on those. Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
So with the traffic increases, does that mean that there's road funding increases also for road maintenance, for wear and tear?
So that's a great question. So, you know, the Great American Outdoors Act that I just mentioned, we're throwing that in there. We want to repair those roads. One way or another, we're going to get that.
You'll be able to show the increase of traffic over the years, or?
You know what, the transportation study, boy, they missed out 1 year, right? If they were doing that study now, boy, what would that look like? Still, I think the conditions of the road were poor at that time as well. Now they're exacerbated, they're worse. But if for some reason we are not successful on Stewart's Fork and Canyon Creek Road, we're gonna find a way to get that because it's too much of a hazard. The potholes, I mean, number one, it's crazy if you've been on that road. And then the shoulder compromising where it's just breaking apart, you know, and the middle fire, we were successful in that last year. And you put heavy equipment, those Type 2 engines on that, something's gonna give, you know. It's not a freeway, very narrow, and sometimes those Type 2 engines, they'll grab the shoulder and it'll break that shoulder up. Yeah, so that needs to happen. Stewart's Fork is just as important. Yeah, a lot of people don't talk about Stewart's Fork. That's a very popular, we just don't see them here. Usually when people go to Canyon Creek, they come here, stop here, and they go on. Stewart's Fork, they may go directly. It is an access to the wilderness, but it's not as heavily used as Canyon Creek, but still, it is just, in my opinion, just as in dire need, you know, for help. In fact, I think that road is in actually worse condition than Canyon Creek, in my estimation. So, right, Keith? You agree? That's your.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Memorial Day, there was 186 cars.
right, right, right. And the capacity is? It's much less.
40.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's about what the capacity of the Canyon Creek Trail had, somewhere around 50, 55. And Memorial Day, it was 135 at one count. We think it was far more later in the day, but that kind of gives you a picture, 135, 140, let's just say 150, and the trailhead parking area is 55. Something's going to give. You know, people are going to park way down the road, which isn't desirable. It's not what the system was designed for sure.
I have one other question. Do you guys tally up and collect the data on all the wilderness permits and know?
Yeah.
Is it possible to get, share that data at some point with the board?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Yeah, it shouldn't take too much time to do that.
Okay, thank you.
I'll make a note of that. Yeah.
You had shared numbers with me a year or so ago, and it was around 40,000 for the Trinity
Yeah.
house.
Mhm.
So tripling would be 120,000. See, I did them math.
Sometimes we like to stretch it a little bit just because it looks busy and you don't really know what the numbers that come out, but we have done some numbers, spot checks, you know, and I think early in the year it was double. Let's just say it's a lot more, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's triple. Quadruple, I don't know about that, but it could be, it could be. Let's see what the numbers.
Even if it's just 100,000, that's a massive
Oh,
number.
tremendous, yeah, yeah.
And it's being reflected in the sales at our big retailers, you know, Holiday and CVS, yeah. We call them logs.
Right.
Unless there are any other additional questions, appreciate taking the time, Joe.
Okay,
Great,
thank you for
so
your
much.
support.
Next item, 1.2, Clerk of the Board, receive an update regarding the coronavirus COVID-19 in Trinity County, no fiscal impact.
Good morning, Marcy Jo Penfield, Public Health Nursing Director. Can you hear me okay? Okay, wonderful. As I'm sure you know, we have total confirmed cases of 8. This is with an active case, 3 active cases, excuse me. We have 3 active isolations and 32 active quarantines. These 3 cases began as 1 case, and then 2 of the contacts ended up testing positive. This is what the beginning of community spread looks like. I just want to warn everyone on this. The public health team has worked from Thursday till today to reach out to all persons that were in contact with individuals that developed symptoms or tested positive. Quarantine and isolation contact tracing is not an exact science. Case isolation is fairly evidence-based. Contact tracing depends a lot on the evidence that we have as to what constitutes an exposure. One of the things that I wanted to share today is the importance of adhering to face masks when out in public. One of the things we want to do is keep our schools open. At this time, our case rate is below that which is required to go on the county monitoring list. However, as you know from the governor's press conference, 5 counties have been added to the watch list, including rural counties that are very similar to us, although not in size. Calaveras is very similar. Sierra County is very small. So just so you understand, and our public understands the importance of this. To date, before I move on, I just wanted to let you know, to date, the total number of tests conducted were 1,649. We're waiting results on 134, and we have a total negative testing 1,507 negative. one of the things I wanted to reiterate is the guidance for use of face coverings. And I wanted to circle back around to a question that Chairwoman Chadwick asked at the last board meeting regarding when counties go on the monitoring list. Essentially, they're on it and they stay on it. So I wanted to clarify what I had come to understand about what that essentially means. So that is correct to some extent. So once a county goes on a monitoring list, because there's a state health officer order in place, those businesses and entities that are covered under the state health officer order will remain closed until the health officer order is rescinded or modified. So with that said, I wanted to go back to the guidance for face coverings. And this is in fact a mandate. People in California must wear face coverings when they are in the high-risk situations listed below, inside of or in line to enter any indoor public space. This means any space where the public comes in and out of. The other essential caveat for face coverings has to do with when engaging in work. When engaged in work, whether at the workplace or performing work off-site, working in any space visited by members of the public, regardless of whether anyone from the public is present at the time. And this is particularly important for employers because there's some confusion. In any room or enclosed area where other people, except for members of the person's own household or resident, are present when unable to physically distance. So in essence, the spirit of this order is that when you are in any public place, you will wear a face mask, unless you are exempt. And to be exempt is, for example, younger than 2, if you have medical conditions that prevent you from wearing a mask, it is recommended in that case you wear a face shield with a drape. And we'll be posting this again on our website. We're happy to answer any questions about face coverings and what that mandate is. Going back to quarantine and isolation and contact tracing. So what we do when we do contact tracing is we work our way backward from the case to find any persons that were in high-risk settings where they need to be quarantined. And one of the questions we ask, who are you in a public space without a face mask? If the answer is yes, that constitutes an exposure. So what I want to reiterate is taking the guidance of the face covering at the value that it's meant, because believe me, contacting 20, 30 people and what they say on the phone when we contact them, we understand. We understand it's that, oh man, moment. And with schools opening, in order to keep our schools open and to keep our children safe and to keep school staff safe, we could all do our part. And I just care so much about our community and all the people in it. We are amazing. I just really wanted to share that so that we can, overcome this. We're working in the health department to ensure that testing is available. I have to give a shout out to our team in public health that are behind the scenes. I know I do this on a regular basis, but I really want those to know how much they care and how hard they're working. Arena Irwin, Amanda, Braxton, Kirsten, and Taylor in part of the testing task force here really problem-solved testing issues with the Verily site. We're now getting results back at a maximum of 4 days. And that's due to their diligent work in looking at what's causing the delay. Is it just the lab? No, it wasn't. It's transporting those specimens, the delay in using USPS or FedEx and getting those to places. So we now transport those to the Quest Lab hub in Reading. That cuts down about 2 to 3 days in the return on those. We also have talked with Verily. They're going to be adding 3 more sites, including LabCorp. I'm not sure what other sites. The public health, the California Department of Public Health is working on a new RFP with Optum and Verily. That hasn't been released yet. However, we do know that they're looking at how to ensure beyond the end of September testing for rural communities. I believe that is it for me. I think there was something else I wanted to say, but I can't remember what it is. I've been distracted by that window out there. I see birds, a lot of birds falling and dropping. I feel like I'm in an Alfred Hitchcock movie. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Supervisors?
When you gave those, when we should be wearing masks and not wearing masks, you didn't mention the difference between outdoors and indoors, or maybe I missed it. So,
Outdoors is always better than indoor. When you're outdoors, so I want to make sure I understand the question. Is it?
Well, the mandatory to wear a mask in public places, most of us feel comfortable walking down the street and avoiding people without masks. Are you saying that that's now mandatory?
The mandate has not changed. It's always been this mandate. So outdoors better than indoors. Let me pull up and exactly state what the order states about outdoors. Again, I'm not going to interpret the state health officer's order or mandate. I'm simply going to read what it states. So, people in California must wear face coverings when they are in the high-risk situations listed below, inside of or in line to enter any indoor public space, obtaining services from the healthcare sector in settings including, but not limited to, a hospital, pharmacy, medical clinic, laboratory, physician, dental office, veterinary clinic, or blood bank, waiting for or riding on public transportation or paratransit, or while in a taxi, private car service, or ride-sharing vehicle, engaged in work, whether at the workplace or performing work off-site, when interacting in person with any member of the public, working in any space visited by members of the public, regardless of whether anyone from the public is present at the time, working in any space where food is prepared or packaged for sale or distribution to others, working in or walking through common areas such as hallways, stairways, elevators, and parking facilities, in any room or enclosed area where other people, except for members of the person's own household, are present when unable to physically distance, driving or operating any public transportation or paratransit vehicle, taxi or private car service, or ride-sharing vehicle when passengers are present. When no passengers are present, face coverings are strongly recommended. While outdoors in public spaces, when maintaining a physical distance of 6 feet from persons who are not members of the same household or residence is not feasible. So while you're outdoors, if you can maintain 6 feet of distance, masks are not feasible, Supervisor Gross. So thank you. I just don't want to misrepresent what this states. So any
additional questions from Supervisors?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. Well, thanks for the great information, and you can get, oh, sorry, okay, thank you. Also, some of your staff, and I know Christy worked with all the chambers, they worked together to pull out some great messaging about wearing masks in particular businesses. They don't want to see any more businesses closed, as we don't want to see schools closed. So I just want to thank everyone who was involved with helping create that messaging that they're putting out from all the various chambers and the Arts Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Morris.
Thank you, Marcy.
Thank you.
Moving on to the consent calendar, these items. Oh, I'm sorry, Christine.
Good morning, Supervisors. Christy Anderson, Director of Environmental Health. I want to mention that after me, Ed Presley with Trinity County Office of Emergency Services also has some announcements. So this week, I've received dozens of frustration calls from local business sectors that are not allowed to open, and others from businesses that are struggling, barely hanging on, like restaurants, because of those additional shutdowns. And their frustration is not lost on me. I cannot even begin to understand what those businesses must be going through, being shut down for quite a while now. I believe we're going on 5 months, some of these businesses, and they were briefly allowed to open, and then now they're shut down for a prolonged period. From that, I want to re-emphasize to those businesses that are not struggling, that have been on an essential list, and have even made more money this year and had more business than ever, really to reaffirm the need for masking and those COVID-19 requirements, because that is the only way that your neighbor's business and those business sectors that have been shut down are one day going to be able to reopen, And our main goal is staying off the state's watch list, and that's been so important to us. There was mention of an item on the agenda today, and I just want to say that just a reminder for businesses, if they open outdoors and they plan on serving alcohol and it wasn't in their original premises, to get a hold of ABC, they will issue an emergency catering license for $100 to allow that premises to be outdoors. And I just want to make sure that I say that so that people know. The collaborative that Supervisor Morris mentioned with the 3 chambers has been really great. And we're trying to start a new trend, #MaskUpTrinityCounty. County. And you'll see information for that. We will also be providing blank masks that people can decorate, take their photo, hashtag it. We're really trying to get that trend going. The more that people see their neighbors wearing masks, the more they will wear masks in public, in indoor spaces specifically. We did have some success the last couple of weeks getting some businesses that were more hesitant to wear masks. One business contacted me, and within a week they had already given out 2,000 masks to the public. I do want to, 2,000 customers in a week that weren't wearing masks, that is a lot of business. And those are really what we're trying to target right now. I hope that I've given you some information about the last couple of weeks. Please let me know if you have any questions. Thank you very much.
Any questions, Supervisors? Thank you, Christine.
Thank you. And then Ed Presley.
Ed, are you there on Zoom?
I don't see his name, but he could be a phone number. Ed, are you on there?
Well, if Ed comes back, we can accommodate.
We'll see if anybody's outside for people. Then we'll go public comment. Yeah, just don't time. It's that calendar.
We're going to move on to the consent calendar. These items include routine, non-controversial matters and will be acted upon the board by one roll call motion A member of the board, staff, or public may request an item be pulled and considered separately. Supervisors, are there any items you would like to see pulled? Any members from the public or staff that would like to pull any items?
Richard went out to check.
Staff request that 2.8 be pulled.
2.8.
Supervisors, this is Ed Presley. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Ed.
Get rid of the consent. Should we do that?
Do that side of the consent.
Finish
One.
consent, okay. Yeah. Finish consent.
Gina, would you like to pull the board?
We don't have a.
Oh.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve consent as presented.
Second.
Supervisor Morris?
Yes.
Supervisor Finley?
Yes.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye. We'll go back to Ed now. Ed, are you available?
Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, awesome.
The floor is yours.
Correct. I am Ed Presley. First off, OES continues to support our public health branch as needed with DSWs, that's disaster service workers. Thanks to county departments who have loaned their employees to help out with the mobile testing sites. We really appreciate that. Testing gives us a more accurate vision of the virus activity in our community, and that's really what the goal should be. Now switching gears, I want to talk about personal protective equipment that has been provided, and that's to county staff and local businesses. We've distributed personal protective equipment to county departments as they request it, and typically work through environmental health to distribute the protective equipment, and we're talking about face coverings and hand sanitizer mainly. This is to ensure the businesses have submitted a plan, an approved business plan through environmental health before they receive basically the free personal protective equipment. And to date, we've distributed to county departments 2,360 KN95 masks, 85 face shields, 2,800 pairs of gloves. To county departments and businesses around the county, we've distributed 4,630. Yes, sir.
We may have lost Ed.
We have a 10 a.m. We can come back to Ed if you'd like.
For contact in order to perform their duties. And we've conducted 27 of those to date. Lastly, I would like to remind everyone it is fire season, and if there needs to be an evacuation this year, sheltering of evacuees will look different. We urge individuals to please think about where they would go in case of an evacuation, such as the house of a friend or family member, if at all possible, because congregate sheltering will not really be possible this year, so we will be performing non-congregate sheltering. And this will be taken into consideration the social distancing, masking, and sanitation guidelines. We're working with American Red Cross to evolve our plan together so that we can do this the best way we can and safely, and that's the end of my report.
Thank you very much, Ed. Are there any questions from the supervisors?
I have a quick one.
Supervisor Morris?
Ed, I don't know if you, hopefully you can hear me. I assume your statement about shelters applies to cooling centers as well. I know we had this huge, intense heat wave last week, maybe more to come. I don't know where we stand in the context of COVID with cooling centers.
It will be exactly the same way. So if we're indoors, we'll be wearing our masks. and then we will be wiping down different things that are commonly touched.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions?
I just want Ed to know that a lot of your presentation broke up, so maybe if you could send it to us in an email form to the board, we could see what we missed.
Okay, we'll do. Sorry about that.
Send it to Tina and let her distribute it.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we will move on to our 10 a.m. public hearings.
Jeremy, we have 2.8, right?
Yeah. Well, 2.8.
Oh, okay, I had asked if recommended wait until after the public hearing, but we can proceed with that. Transportation, item 2.8, approve amendment number 1 to the agreement with Pacific Gas and Electric Company, increasing the maximum daily cost by $34,921.90 for relocation work of utilities performed in conjunction with the construction of Hayport Creek Bridge, and authorize the Director of Transportation to sign the amendment. No impact to the general fund, additional $45,988.15 for a total of $90,253.15 from the Highway Bridge Program.
Just wanted to make a quick correction on the agenda. It said that the amount was $30-something thousand. I don't have it in front of me right this second. Here it is. Well, now it shows correctly. But I just wanted to make sure that the additional amount was $45,988.15.
Say that one.
$45,988.15. So with that, I can answer any questions.
All right, Supervisor Fenton.
Is the backup correct, and are there any changes in the motion to pass this, Rick? Since you just said it's correct, or is it incorrect?
Yeah, when I heard Jeremy read it, he read the 45,000, so I believe it is correct. It's just, maybe it was on the earlier agenda.
Is the backup correct?
The backup is correct, yes.
Okay, so then that's what we're working with.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the 30,000 was actually what we had negotiated with
Great project,
PG&E
Rick.
cheaper.
All right, thank you, Rick. Any further questions? All right. With that, we will go ahead and...
So moved.
I'll even go farther there. The public, we have to ask the public outside.
For public comment?
Yes.
Is there any public comment on this item?
Just don't want to consent for outside.
Okay.
Seeing none. For a motion?
So moved.
Is it time to correct me? Okay.
Yes.
I'll second.
Tina, pull the board, please.
Supervisor Groves.
Aye.
Supervisor Morris.
Yes.
Supervisor Finley.
Yes.
Supervisor Brown.
Aye. All right, with that, we will now adjourn for a 5-minute break before our 10 a.m. public hearings. Thank you.
No, because Richard said it would include the correct amount. He said yes. Yes, we're good. She doesn't hear that. So just have his comment.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, one of us is, wants
No, I just wanted to have questions first. Why don't you go through your more comments? If you're not going to vote, you're going to. No, no, but just say your comments. That'll be fine. And then to get a couple questions on the transportation program.
So, yeah, I can start.
You're on the list, don't worry. Let's see you forever.
Not as my list, but.
Set aside.
Yes, yeah, I didn't realize we had code you to it.
Well, I don't know what happened.
What they are, and
It is just, and I can say yes, I know, it's a law. Yes, plus, second.
For sure, yeah, not a problem. Thank you.
Dr. Trees?
Yeah. Well, this started tricky because I saw Margaret turn around. She knows.
Oh, keep doing that.
But, we
You know,
don't-
I'm gonna not
we don't do it.
every time
so
morning when I
that's
come here, I
PG&E.
worry that we're
Well, I
gonna
don't
just
know.
say something, using our same
I
similar
have no
style
idea.
going.
Yeah.
We have same
Usually
clothing
yellow.
items, that would be really creepy.
Okay.
I thought at least we're just kind of similar.
Okay.
But
Yeah, we
not
have the,
100% sure.
the
But,
same. That is
the only
weird.
thing
We
that's
always
down
are
is,
so. We're good.
trees that were actually physically planted by the county for mitigation of some project or as a beautification. So like lands called. But people, see,
No, I think, I have a few things to do in the
the
morning.
wind blows the seed in front of the yard, it blows around.
Yeah.
I'll go out and I'll cut it down, I'll screen it, ruin the landscape. So we essentially
You okay?
if
Yeah,
it's on
okay.
your frontage.
We are gonna have a little
or your
stress on
property,
Friday.
your property,
Sophie and I followed it.
You're
Yeah, we have a
responsible
crazy
for it.
site visit on Thursday.
And sometimes I'll remove it.
Yeah. No, it's
Immediate hazard. And
Princeton asked that
general
question.
I'll give you an example. I, over on Brown's Ranch.
It's in code, so it's not, it's not something to send it along. Like, if you look at how it's done, I know it's not
You made that decision. It's not- I'm not going to do it. I'm down there today. That's up to you.
Well, that's what I thought.
Okay.
But we've been actually talking.
I'll send them up.
Well, I was getting the second hand, somebody was talking
Well,
about the ambulance service that's been passed.
outside of it. I'm a dick. I got me looking for it, but
His property.
what else is it on?
I'm not sure, I'd have to look to see where the, I don't know if he knows exactly where his parcel is.
You would
I
think
think it's on the
that,
other side of the
you would think
But
it would
even,
be thin.
even if it's in road right away, all the way to the edge of the case, it's usually in front of the
Do everything for
It's been the same
Well, if you're
concept
LA
for
County,
sidewalks.
Okay.
good for us.
Cool,
here,
that's
but-
right.
So anyway,
Well, I am very curious, so you talk to them.
Okay.
I'm always willing to see more.
You guys know that the call-in is not working, or no?
Hey, Judy.
The call-in isn't working for people just to call in on hearing from folks outside?
Now the video, they were talking about the video, and I finally got it up.
Okay, they can't call in. They're not worried about. Are they using a password?
Did you see me raise my hand when Joe was speaking? Because I raised my hand.
This is just where they call in, they're not on the video portion, they say that's not working. So,
Yeah, the video is working. I'm watching that.
Did I answer your questions?
I didn't ask you. I meant to ask you, somebody asked you. Martin, my vote's not changing.
Yeah.
But I did have a couple questions. I'll ask you.
Well, Bill.
Yeah, some of these questions. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that was good. I'm glad you did that. But it's not that. Outside, you know.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, are you just moving out here? My favorite is from here. There you go. Question order. Although I'm not having. I do know that one. Oh, but you gotta refresh on the adjustment.
but I wasn't sure. I don't think
It's gonna be later. I get to it. I don't think I have anything going on. I'm tired.
No, I'm otherwise.
Okay.
I just wasn't sure.
Are you gonna work over there or? They're not even done. We're having a lot of.
What's that? No, I didn't hear that. The system was blacking out.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, they feel like I appreciate it. I'm like, yeah, when is your season for?
Oh.
The majority of the money is.
Well, but now it's on Canada.
I know, but I'm used to I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I'm not allowed
Because it's the majority of the volume.
I'm not allowed to stay.
Well, because I like it.
Last planning commission.
Access points in various areas.
Library. The library pretty well, but I've had problems with the library.
Right now, the Wi-Fi is what's better than the county connection.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still not really stable.
Yeah, well,
We put an access point right here.
Have you ever done this thing?
Not actually that.
Oh, okay, yeah, she told me stuff.
Another one, I went down, and then there was like, oh, can I go that back? And I'm not
So I wonder if we're on this switch.
No.
Sorry.
I know the pin part.
It's candy. No, I thought maybe you were baking since you've been on.
Oh, the pen.
Yeah, but it's only verified that it's actual.
We have quite a few up front here. Walk in and out. We're discussing about new people.
Session is in order. Public hearings. Clerk of the board. Item 3.1, to conduct a public hearing to consider introducing and waiving the reading of an ordinance amending Trinity County Code Section 8.90.080 pertaining to violations and other infractions, revenue in an unknown amount to the general fund.
Morning, Kim Hunter, Building and Planning Director. I'll be presenting today. This has been a joint effort to amend this section of code pertaining to violation infractions for code violations. It's a coordinated effort between code enforcement, the Sheriff's Department, the DA, and administration. This item was presented previously in a slightly different format, I believe in February 4th, 2020. At that time, staff was directed to return at a later date with further clarification on how the increased fines would be applied to violations and to add language that would increase fines only to apply to violations associated with cannabis.
Are there any technical questions from the board for Director Hunter?
I just have a housekeeping question.
Yeah, I did want to note one correction in the ordinance. There is a slight correction that it needs to be made, if I may. And that is item B1 reads a fine not exceeding in the new added language, not exceeding $100, and then has 1,000 in parentheses for first violation. That should just read 1,000 instead of 100.
that would be a minor correction for your consideration.
And then I believe there might be a second one under item D. It says fines up to $100 a day, and I wasn't sure if that's supposed to be corrected to reflect $1,000 a day. Within that same code section, letter D.
$100 is written out.
This is the amended portion.
I can,
I haven't found it yet.
Yeah, and I'm looking for it as well.
It sounds as if it was.
It's the first line of item.
Yes.
so I wasn't sure if that's supposed to read 1,000 with the changes as well.
Okay.
I believe that is correct. Yeah, that item, that should be changed as well.
Shouldn't it be changed to 5,000?
That is correct. It should be the maximum amount the fine is per day. In fact, it might be better to take that out. Again, that's the old language. It says, although the section authorizes fines to be imposed up to the maximum amount as stated in section B, it would probably be a better way to do it. Because it is a variable depending on what type of violation it is.
So what was your language again?
Should read, although this section authorizes fines to impose an amount up to the amounts stated in section B, the director shall not automatically impose fines up to this amount for each day violation exists. This section is just giving the director some discretion. Again, we want to keep it as clear.
Thank you.
Since D is general, should not read in sections A and B.
I do have some questions.
And we did correct it on the second part of A and B, but it doesn't say.
Yeah, there we go.
So it
So that would
should
be
be
the
identical to the
similar.
second part. Section A and B.
Supervisor Morse?
I have some technical questions. Going back on the first overview sheet, I just want to make it clear in the existing situation that we're currently in, there is this narrative that goes around that it's $100 a day, but it's $100 a day per violation. So someone had 5 violations in addition to their cannabis amount. You could look at $500-600 a day. Am I understanding that correctly, either Kim or counsel?
Defer to county council on that.
Yeah.
That's existing, what I understand to be happening today.
Because in some cases, you may have a illegal cannabis cultivation, and that's a violation on cannabis plants, but you might have an illegal structure.
Right.
That case, or a septic leaking sewage.
Right, right.
Right, so that's my understanding of what the intent was. It's within the board's discretion how you want to.
That's my understanding how it should have been operating, but I do hear this narrative out there that's just only $100 a day, but actually it is more, and I just want that to be clear.
Yeah, currently it's so it's a violation, each violation is $100 fine.
Correct, right.
Typically, the violations we're seeing from code enforcement are between 3 and 6 violations, so it's between $300 and $600 a
Okay,
day.
that's what I thought. I just want to make sure everyone's clear
That's
on
my
where we're
understanding
at
as well.
today. A couple other questions. So it is now we're the proposition is to put it up from $100 to $1,000 for the first violation. How does this, walk me through how this would get applied? So someone first violation is way over the personal amount of plants, and then I have an unpermitted structure where does that fine fall into? Still 1,000, or do we jump up to 2,000?
Unpermitted structure would be the $100 a day.
Okay.
It's not cannabis related.
Okay, so anything non-cannabis related would still tack on those $100 days for anything but, okay. So when did we jump into the 2,500 violation?
So that wouldn't occur on a first act. So the violations, even though they have per days, they're separate documents. So it would be when you issue a separate notice of violation. Typically, we are seeing these when somebody is abated or corrected, and then a couple months later, they start the process again of growing illegally.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was clear for everybody involved, and then
It would be a separate notice of violation is issued.
and then again, that would still happen on the third violation. We bump up to 5,000.
Correct.
Okay, so that answers those questions. Now, my other technical question, and Supervisor Groves is going to get tired of hearing me talk about this, but although I understand the importance of raising these fines, how do we not, my big concern, and Supervisor Groves hears me complain all the time, that we have these likely unlicensed operations going on at night. They're not pulling tarps, and they're popping up all over. I can see them at night. I'm not sure why anyone else can't see them at night. So how do we take these fines where they need to go and not, take and this is not directed at you, Kim, necessarily, but not take the path of least resistance and just, kind of hammer the backyard grower who has 6 plants, but then maybe they have 5 more, versus the large grows we see throughout the county that aren't licensed and are popping up these indoor, not necessarily indoor, but more mixed light, although they're not licensed. And we see these lights all over the basin here, or outside of the basin. I suspect you see it on the other side of the hill as well. So we're not looking at data, and I feel that's part missing of our conversation, is the data in terms of the code enforcement data that we're getting. Margaret, are you close to proposing giving us an update on the data on what has been done in code enforcement?
I am prepared whenever the board is ready for it.
Do you have it today?
If you give me 2 minutes, I can find it on my chart, yes.
I think that would be helpful, at least for me. And because I just want to make sure it all feels really great that, hey, we're going to go after these guys, but if it's not executed and these huge grows continue, we're no further ahead. So those are my concerns and questions.
And I will say, county council searching for the information. My interaction with code enforcement, which I am over code compliance, those licensees in the program, the legal sites. I'm not over code enforcement, but we do interact with them regularly. They're definitely targeting the larger grows.
Okay.
They're not checking with us on the smaller grows. They're
okay.
There's not too many code enforcement officers, so they're definitely prioritizing the environmental crimes, the flagrant violations, if you will. And that is my experience.
And I'll get the information. We do keep a spreadsheet, so I'll be able to tell you what the number is and what the amount of violations on each of them. And the provision D is what is going to affect what you're talking about. So that allows the director some discretion in terms of looking at the severity of the violation versus just having a blanket $1,000 fine. And the director will have some authority if it is, again, a minor violation, or if it's something of that nature, to reduce those fines. So it does have some discretion in it.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from the board?
I want to follow up. Besides the director's discretion, the applicant, or not the applicant, but the person receiving the ticket also has the right to appeal to the board if they feel the director's overcharged them for their violation.
Yes, they do. We do have a process in place where they do appeal to an independent hearings officer at this point, and then they have the ability to go above. We do get those quite regularly, folks appealing them, and we send them through the process. I did get my chart pulled up. This year we've had 260 citations. And looking at it, my rough estimate is that typically the violations are not singles. There are 2 to 6 violations per site. I'm happy to answer any questions about specifics about it that you may have.
That 260, what's the time frame?
So 260, let's see. The code enforcement's going year round now.
Mhm.
So we did, the number from 421 is when we started getting our first citations in my
Okay.
office.
And then,
And then present, of course.
do you have a sense of idea of the size of the grows that are being cited?
It varies. It goes, there's no way to give it, I can give you an average on it, but that would take a couple minutes to add them up and divide them, but it really does vary. And typically what we are seeing is that they're focusing on the mid to large size grows. If they do get too large, we are referring those over to the DA's office. But typically we're not seeing 1 or 2 plants over, we're seeing hundreds of plants over.
Okay, and then by chance, since we're on this topic, any illegal mixed light grows with the lights at night being cited?
No, I don't have any citations for those.
Okay.
That I can see on my chart. I can go back and look through that and provide that information, but no.
Nothing off the top here?
No,
Okay.
no, I don't have anything here that would indicate that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Margaret, you said 260 citations, so how many sites? Is that 260 sites or is that 260 individual citations?
That is sites.
Sites, okay.
Yes, we
Thank you.
include, my records, we include if there's multiple owners on the property, we include that in one site.
Thank you, that's what I wanted.
And I just added as well, this year we have seen a lot more than in the past of self-abatement, which is the goal, is to get folks to take care of it without having to go through the abatement process. And so we have had a drastic increase this year on self-abatement, which is, again, a good thing for the county and a good thing for the community.
Great, thank you.
Any additional questions from the board?
Just to follow up with Supervisor Morris, this sounds familiar.
In what way?
You've requested this before, you've brought this up before,
Yeah.
over the years.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's sick of hearing me about it. I'm sure of it.
Um,
And you are too, apparently.
No, so you bring it up and nothing's done.
Margaret, I do have a question, and I'd be curious, is in the red section B, after the word cannabis, should the word hemp be added as well? If someone is cultivating an illegal hemp crop by definition, is that something that should pertain to this ordinance update also?
I wouldn't recommend that at this time. We're still in an urgency ordinance for hemp. My understanding is that ag is intending to bring forward something more permanent in the future. So until we have that finalized and we know the board's direction going on a permanent basis, I wouldn't add that in here. We can do it simultaneously, just the board's pleasure at the time we bring the hemp ordinance back.
Okay, thank you. Unless there are any additional questions from the board, then we will open it up to public comment.
Thank you, Kim.
Tina, are there any people on Zoom or phone call that you were?
Not yet. No hands.
And they said
Ready?
I could take this off.
Please state your name for the record.
Okay. I'm Sally Barrow. I live on Bear Creek Road. In February, search warrants were served on the 3 properties next to us on Bear Creek Road.
Oh, pardon me. Just want to make sure that you're where we are on item...
3.1?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Okay, so the search warrants were served. 8,000 plants were destroyed, and the 2 properties that had applications for commercial cannabis permits had their permits denied. In March, only a month later, the first load of soil was delivered next door. The 2 of the properties that are visible to us have hundreds of plants growing. We can smell the maturing crop and odor from what will be 300 pounds of pot, 350 feet from our bedroom window. It's going to be overwhelming soon. We filed numerous complaints with the painfully understaffed code enforcement. They are very sympathetic and are trying to be helpful, but they have so many complaints to investigate. This proposed ordinance raises the fine for cannabis code violations to a more reasonable rate, as the grand jury 2018-2019 recommended. This fine would inflict some pain on the illegal cultivators and add much-needed funds to help with the enforcement. As Dana Scott wrote in the Trinity Journal, the growers who supported the tax initiative believe that managing unlicensed cultivation is the job of law enforcement. This increase in the fine for the unlicensed cultivation would fund that enforcement. I'm attending this meeting today primarily to voice my support for the Rush Creek opt-out area, but without a meaningful financial deterrent to illegal cannabis cultivation and a real threat of enforcement, our long-awaited opt-out has a greatly reduced value. So I agree with the staff's recommendation and hope that you will approve the ordinance to amend the fine schedule pertaining to the cannabis code violations. Thanks a bunch.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks for letting me speak. I'm also here primarily for the Rush Creek opt-out, but...
Mind
I'm sorry, Paul Hooser, I live on Rush Creek Drive. And I'm here briefly just in support of the changes you want to make to 3.1. If you look at this $100 a day, I mean, it's even a minor cost of doing business. I mean, you know, if you're looking at business days, you're less than $2,500 a month when you're selling your commodity for more than $1,000 a pound. I mean, it can easily be viewed as a minor cost of business. So in the interest of enforcement, getting the county more resources it needs for enforcement, I very much am in support of what's proposed here in item 3.1. Thanks.
Thank you.
My name is Chris Parkin, and I also live on Bear Creek Road. I'm primarily here for 3.3. However, I wanted to speak on 3.1. And a month or so ago, I came to a planning commission meeting in which one of the discussion items was a request by an applicant that Sally just referred to about the bus at the end of the road. Request by an applicant to overturn the revocation of their permit application, and it was due to the fact that they started growing before they had the permit. So the sheriff came, removed the plants, and he also found $7,000. You know, and they take that confiscated. A supporter of the applicant stood up for her, and he was also a grower from some other place in Trinity County. And he said, in this county, $7,000 is nothing. And that meant to me that compared to the money generated in growing cannabis in Trinity County, $7,000 is a drop in the bucket. So going forward, if, you know, the basics for a fine is to be some sort of deterrent, and secondary to, you know, generate, and that money would generate revenue for a greater cause. And if the fine is $100 a day, that's, you know, they carry that around in their pocket. That's chump change, and it's not much of a deterrent. So I think that even that $3,000 is too low, and I think it should be $5,000 a day from the time that the discovery of the infraction, and as opposed to waiting for 45 days down the line for them to correct it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. John Brower from Junction City, and I'll tell you, this is very disappointing that we're doing something this far-reaching in our county without a more public process. It was impossible to call in for the first part. If you can't hear what's going on in the discussion, this should be done in a public way. And while there is some need to address unlicensed cultivation, this ordinance is premature in that there is no provision for medical care provider gardens. The state attorney general has spoken loud and clear that Prop 215 still holds for up to 5 patients. They've got to be real patients now with state cards. But the state attorney general guidelines are crystal clear, and they are not in alignment with our county's personal grow ordinance. The personal grow ordinance is never worked here, and it's part of the reason we have the big explosion of grows 5 years ago, 10 years ago. So I recommend that there be some provision that gets in alignment with the state attorney general guidelines for medical care provider gardens, which is up to 5 patients, up to 6 plants, or 100 square feet apiece. It's very reasonable. It's a medical necessity for some. And to hit them with $100 a day fines is absolutely unreasonable. In addition to that, there is no path forward for licensure right now. There hasn't been for over 6 months. The county has not accepted an application for over 6 months. There is no path forward. We've got thousands of small family producers out there that could be greatly impacted by this. The last couple of years of code enforcement have shown to prioritize these tiny little mom and pop, little grandma gardens with 20 plants that are near the sides of the road. They're not hitting the big people. That's not what I'm seeing. There's grandmas in Junction City that got hit for 20 plants last year. And they are care provider gardens. They are truly medical. They're growing these tiny little CBD plants that yield nothing. They need a provision to participate in Prop 215. That and the problem with licensing not being a possibility right now, it really makes this a destructive twist in this saga. And so I recommend eliminating the fines for 30 plants or less if medical, and having some greater provision, some consideration that this should not kick in until licensing is available again. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave Alves, Douglas City. I would love to see an increase in the fines, as well as fines start when the violation occurs, not what has been happening before, where a violation occurs. Generally, you have to identify the plant beforehand, so it's at the end of the season, and abatement is cutting them down so they can sell them. So I think that fines should start when the fine is discovered. Thank you.
Quick. I know that's unusual for me.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good day, everyone. I'm Steve Roadhouse. I've met you in some way or another, I'm sure, in the past. And in reference to the proposed ordinance for the increase for a fine, it's another thing that it should be considered to be significant. It shows that we're seriously determined that we're all against criminal cultivators. With so many, we're talking about commercial now. You know, there's a lot of small things that have been going on since the beginning of time here. And it will also provide some funds for enforcement in areas that, and now especially, that are sorely lacking. You know, it's part of that opt-out that we'll be talking about later. It's just the shotgun effect that's just all over the county, not just in our area, Rush Creek area. that needs to have some teeth to it whereby people can be a little more concerned or even afraid in the sense of just ripping and tearing. So thank you guys to consider this seriously. I mean, it's your home, it's our home. The small ones that are growing will still grow. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Morning, board. Jake Rosenquist from Hayfork. Haven't seen you guys in a long time. Some of you guys longer than others. I'm I guess glad to see that nothing's changed. I don't very often come down and talk anymore because honestly I believe that it does absolutely nothing for you guys. It does nothing for us. It breeds more animosity, tension, anger, for better or worse, you know. I just had a meeting, you know, that I think that the outcome of the meeting was frustrating for a bunch of people involved with the county, myself, and another grower, and the frustration was that there's been no way to move forward, that there's a mountain of licenses that haven't gotten processed. And my conversation was that the people who came into the licensing program and the people who you're going to get into the licensing program are go-getters. They're people who said, hey, here's a new program. Let's try to get involved in this. They're not the people that are like, I made this much a year and I don't need to build my business, I don't need to move forward. These are people who want to make changes and are part of the community moving forward. So, to date, in all reality, there has virtually been zero realistic way for a licensee, for somebody in this county to move forward in any sort of like reasonable time frame. Okay, we have hundreds of licenses that are sitting in the queue that by the end of this meeting with our director of planning and a board member, the result was we had to just stop talking because the answer was there is nothing we can do to move forward. We're trying to hire new staff. We're trying to streamline the process. All of these things that happen time and time again, they get turned over and we just keep moving forward. Meanwhile, the growers don't keep moving forward. So if you're embedded in this community and you know, there's one supervisor that I saw at the FFA auction. She's not here. I was going to thank her for showing up and supporting the community. Over $600,000 was raised. A huge chunk of that was cannabis farmers. We have to have a way to allow people to get licensed before you're going to take away their path. So saying, hey, you're getting abated. Well, we've got multiple people. Ex-supervisor Mines got abated this year on a licensed garden that's been licensed for multiple years. You know, we should have been abated years ago when we got raided, but instead we just got raided and a criminal charge. No abatement, even though it was code enforcement delays. So this isn't, you know, if you look at it from a textbook standpoint, yes, we should raise abatements, yes, we should be enforcing all these rules, but it's, the reality is not happening. There's nowhere for you to get a license in any manner of time, especially now that you're not allowed to grow while you're getting licensed. And there's nowhere, there's no real abatement crew that's actually following code, as we just heard. They decide whether, oh, maybe this one's too big, we'll throw it over. They're going after little grows. I know my time's up. I really hope that you guys think about the reality of this. I know everybody in this room has seen the pain of trying to get these processes done.
Oppose or support?
What's that?
Oppose or support this item? Which do you do?
I oppose you, Supervisor Fenley.
Any additional public comment?
Hi, I'm Carol Fensel, and I'm from the Rush Creek Estate opt-out, but I'm really here for just a balanced Trinity County. We can't just let everything go willy-nilly and let everybody do whatever they want. I support the limited number of licenses, and I support the increase in the fines, because currently the fines are not enough to discourage any of these illegal grows. And when you implement these higher fines, you will have the money to go after the illegal grows, which are part of the problem with this balance in this county, because they're legal grows, illegal grows, and we still need to address the issue of opt-outs and county planning, so we're not run over by the cannabis community, where we can't have our communities where we do have some teeth behind our illegal grows so we can get them out and get people legal and making our community better rather than worse. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment, please.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Tom Belenko, Douglas City. I know the board is thrilled with controversy, and why not immerse itself in more. Say the same thing I always say when this comes up. I think our abatement process is the right vehicle for a long ago time. Prop 64 has changed everything. We have the opportunity to have local enforcement of state licensing regulations. The fine for unlicensed commercial cannabis activity is triple the licensing fee the day that it is noticed. There is no 7-day requirement. There is no court procedure that has to adhere to it. All that has to happen is an MOU, either between the district attorney or the county council, and in this case would be CDFA. That's available to us. Business and Professions Code 26202. I encourage us to do that. It's already law. It's passed by initiative. It's the only way it's going to change is by another initiative. Not as controversial as this, a much more streamlined process, much faster. I also want to agree with what John Brower said about some kind of path for our actual medical growers, which we know there are some here. Nobody wants to see a bunch of unlicensed commercial cannabis activity or illegal commercial cannabis activity. I think we have a mechanism in place to do that that is way more efficient, way bigger of a stick, and just less controversial. It's already there. So anyway, I would suggest we not invoke this raise, but rather enter that MOU. Again, that's Business Profession Code 26202. Thank you.
Hi, Veronica Kelly Alves, Douglas City. I believe you have to have fines that have some bite. Otherwise, what's the point? Taking a look that right now the current fines don't seem to be dissuading anybody. Or they're not, and I try not to speak, because I don't want to pay that fine. I know that there's got to be a consequence to bad behavior. And I feel like all over the world we've lost a little bit of that. You've got to have a consequence so people will think twice about breaking the law. It needs to be something that is fitting, that meets the need. It will help support revenue if necessary for enforcement. You've got to have enforcement, but you've got to have something that means something. If it's a big fine, they'll be like, maybe I shouldn't be doing this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tina, are there any online public comments?
There's no hands up.
We have something from Lisa Wright requesting public comment. It goes to Zoom.
Lisa Wright.
All right, Lisa Wright, if you can hear us, please go ahead with your public comment.
Chair, it's really hard to hear on the phone ins and on Zoom. You can't hear what's going on in this meeting.
She is talking, but she's speaking, but we can't hear her.
Lisa, is there any chance your microphone is muted?
She wasn't outside.
They can hear her elsewhere, but not here.
Is anyone able to send her a message?
I just did.
Okay.
If you'd like to call in to the number, if that would be easier.
Turn your volume up,
The number doesn't work, it tells you to contact the chair or something.
I tried for an hour, the phone number is working there.
Does that?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
One moment, I'm trying to fix the technical error.
Never speak now?
Yeah.
Never speak.
It's because mine's on.
We can barely hear you. Go ahead and try again. Yeah, but we got technical issues, so hold on, please.
Okay.
Thanks. I'm in the meetings, we just like to be on speakerphone with the microphone. Yeah. Do you guys just want her on speakerphones? No? Do you guys just want Lisa's on the phone?
Yeah, you can put up the microphone.
My feedback.
Try it now.
Turn your volume up.
Go ahead, Lisa. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Lisa Wright from Lewiston. Just a few comments. I'm opposed to the current ordinance as presented. I do want to reiterate the importance of that our personal medical grow ordinance being revised to coincide with the Attorney General's opinion. As John Brower had pointed out, I think that's really important because many of these, and I think it would be interesting, and I would hope that the council, the Board of Supervisors would want to know how many of the past years abated grows were of what size plants, right? That would be an interesting statistic for me if I was in your position to know what has been targeted in the past. But I think that's really important that we look at coinciding with the state medical grow. The other thing I want to point out is, who's paying for this activity? Because my understanding is that over $300,000 of the cannabis fund that's funded from permits is actually going to the sheriff for this abatement activity, along with a beautiful 50K SUV rolling around that the cannabis fund paid for as well. So my argument would be if you're paying for it with the cannabis fund dollars, that any abatement funds should come back into the cannabis fund to be reimbursed. I think that's good responsible government, and I don't think you really have the right to use those funds in that manner unless you would potentially take on the reimbursement of that fund. And then finally, I'll reiterate Mr. Valenco's 26202 Business and Professional Code section, where the county already has the ability to enter into a memorandum of understanding with potentially much higher fees available that the state would pay to assist with the abatement program. So with that said, thank you for your time, and I hope you make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any additional public comments? Having none, I'll entertain a motion.
Well, discussion? First, I have a couple questions.
Yeah.
Sorry. So, I just want to clarify, I brought this up in the beginning of the item again about, and I didn't even think about the medical caregiver that was raised in public, but just backyard small grows who would be targeted on this. And just for clarification again, we at least kick in $350,000 from the campus program. My sense it's closer to 500. We've allocated 3 code enforcement officers. My understanding, and I don't have it right in front of me, is we have at least 2 and 1 position still not filled. So I don't know how much money we throw at this thing, but if we don't have the people, that's going to not get this off the ground. I would like to know more about this medical caregiver that's allowed. I think it was said through Prop 64, but I don't remember. And how can we marry this with the Business Code 26202 to be as efficient, as effective to address both sides of this issue? You know, it reminds me of Moneyball, when the A's had no money, but they used stats and data to really figure out how to conquer and actually have a couple winning seasons against the Yankees, who had gazillions of dollars. So I feel like we need to pursue some of these important issues, and just saying we're going to find somebody is not, we got to have people citing them, and that with maybe a higher on these large grows, maybe that will deter it, because I want to see a little bit more in-depth analysis of our code enforcement fines. So I don't know how we get that information.
Was there a question in that statement?
Yeah, I would like to see a little bit more information on truly what this medical caregiver deal is, so they don't get wrapped up in this, or staff waste so much time trying to figure out they're qualified. And also, how can we marry this 26202 business that would help beef up this process, perhaps? I don't know. I don't know that much about it, but it's not in our backup. So
I think my opinion in discussion with you on this would be that those are all interesting things that we should look into, but aren't relative to this discussion we're having today. And that is if there's problems in our system, we need to fix those systems, but the amount that we're charging is ridiculously low. We've known this for years. We have growers that continually say, I'll just pay the fine, no big deal, I'll pay the fine. And so to throw up a smoke screen that this isn't, that we have a couple of flaws and we have to be perfect before we can charge is just that, it's a smoke screen.
I don't know, that's not where I'm coming from. I'm coming from, how do we make this efficient with the amount of money we have? Now, I think we had, what, Margaret, correct me if I'm wrong, about $1 million last year raised, or am I wrong?
I don't keep track of the record, you'd have to.
The last number I heard was 1.2 million.
Okay.
I have a point of order, and I'm just trying to look for clarity. Margaret, is this discussion supposed to happen after public comment, or after there's a motion and second on the table?
Technically after a motion and second, but there can be brief discussion prior to the making of the motion. But
Okay.
if you're calling for a motion, that would be a good time.
Is there any more,
Well,
anything for clarification purposes?
Yeah, just clarify, I'm not using it as a smoke screen. How do we make this as effective as possible? Because we've been hearing this for a couple of years, and I don't care if you threw $1 million at it. I mean, you'll get some money, but you're not going to see some of this stuff go away unless you have folks out there doing it.
260 sites that
Currently active.
And I'd like to
be
see what.
$2,000 a site.
No.
Excuse me, this is Tim Saxon, Sheriff.
I'd love to hear from you, Tim.
Yeah.
Thank you. I've had some trouble getting on and off this line here, so if you can hear me, I'll address a couple issues I just heard Supervisor Morris bring out, if you don't mind.
Please, go ahead.
Number one is the staffing issue. Yes, we have 2 deputies assigned to code enforcement right now. Yes, the allocation that we just discussed during the budget hearing was for 4. And as I've addressed at each one of the, or not each one, but at several of the board meetings, we have new deputies that have graduated the academy and are currently being trained. As those individuals come online, I will be assigning additional people to code enforcement. Our budget asked for code enforcement was in the neighborhood of about $500,000 to $600,000. I don't have the numbers in front of me. If this those funds are returned to the cannabis budget. We don't retain those funds. We do journal entries, and we only take the funds that we actually use for code enforcement. So the additional funding from that budget line item does not go into any other sheriff operation funding. There was a comment, and I don't recall what one of the previous speakers said, something about a vehicle. Yes, a vehicle was funded from code enforcement budget. That was, I believe, 2 years ago, and we're still using that vehicle. We have requested funding for 2 additional vehicles for code enforcement. Those will be coming from the enterprise lease program that we're still anticipating getting those vehicles within another month. So with regard to the comment about targeting 20 plant grows, to my knowledge, we have not been doing that. To my knowledge, we go after any of the grows that are significant to communities, and those are based upon primary complaints that we receive either through the complaint line through the planning department, which recently came to my knowledge that we had some problems in another glitch that we experienced last year. Just so I want to get that out, that we had a glitch that has been fixed, and a large number of complaints just recently came in that we are addressing as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Sheriff.
There was another question that Supervisor Morse brought up, but I'd be happy to try and address anything else.
Hang on, Tim. I'm trying to think. So, in the last, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So I believe last year we have an allocation of 3 code enforcement officers, but roughly we have 2 working code enforcement because of you're trying to still find personnel. Do I have that right?
I had 3 assigned initially. One of those individuals was injured, and I had to take him off.
Okay.
It was an off-duty injury, so I pulled him out.
And then my other question, you kind of addressed it, was, you know, I get concerned that we, and I was having Margaret give us some data, but she probably has to drill down a little bit. You know, the smaller backyard 20 plant, as you say, versus these very large folks who are really, quite frankly, you know, laughing at the licensed legal growers and the neighborhoods that are impacted by them. And I just don't know in this ordinance where we can help without having that data, where we can look at improving that.
And I understand your concern on that. I can certainly work with the code enforcement unit and with the planning department. We can figure out a way on how we can capture that data in the future. I don't know if there's a specific way we can do that right now, but we can certainly look at that in the future. Again, in my understanding, we're not going out specifically looking for 20 plant grows. We're responding to complaints. Complaints are not just looking at plant count. We're also looking at additional violations that endanger the public, that are specific complaints to communities that impact the way of life in those communities.
Right, right. And I will, I don't know if you heard me earlier, my other comment was that if you could talk to code enforcement about those folks that are just popping up mixed light kind of greenhouses all over that aren't getting cited, that I don't think. So that's it for me.
Well,
Oh, sorry.
as far as that goes, in the past, we have looked at some of those things. This particular time of year, again, code enforcement, because of the number of complaints that we receive, they primarily work during daylight hours, and that's for number one, officer safety, because there's only 2 assigned right now. As I expand that unit, I can look at exploring, expanding their hours so that they're working more into the nighttime hours as I double them up, and we can look at more of those types of violations. And also, as we look at more of the complaints that come in with regard to those type of complaints with things like that.
Thank you very much.
And Supervisor, we can track that data for you. I have some of my office right now who's pulling the citations to see how many plants, so we can get you an average of what we're looking at.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
The sheriff does a good job of giving us reports.
Yeah, you have said that, yeah.
Are there any additional technical questions? Or Director Hunter, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yes, please, Chair Brown.
Please go
I
ahead.
have two things I'd like to mention, and the first is that although I think in general from the cultivation, our licensees, our growers, you've heard that they're against this, there's been a lot of support for this. In fact, it's one of the things that got this back on the agenda is the growing community, our licensees, our legal cultivators asking for this to be on. They don't say that at the microphone, but I've been approached several different times regarding this matter. And so there is support there, maybe if it's not said publicly, maybe not from everybody. I think there's some valid concerns that were brought up today about medical cultivation. But that is why it's before you again today. Not because I wanted to bring it, I have plenty to do. The second item is the urgency of this increase. Right now, it is cheaper to grow legally and get cited than to be legal. And it is less expensive to illegally cultivate and get fined and cited and abate and replant than to try to go through our licensing program. That is a general.
There's a licensing program to go through.
There is a licensing program that we have licenses. We have not accepted new licenses since March 16th. However, there's quite a few licenses, and yes, we're not processing them as quickly as we would like to. However, I just wanted to bring that point up, and that has been conveyed, and that is a general statement. I don't have numbers for you. It varies, obviously, with the citations. But right now, if we want to support our legal program, these fines need to be increased. So.
I do have a quick question, Kim. Thank you. So you heard this, and Margaret chime in if this will be helpful. You heard the whole medical caregiver, I think that came out of Prop 64. And in our earlier discussion at the beginning of this item, I asked about, I just framed it as just small backyard guys and gals, medical or what, to have 6 plants. And do you feel with the discretion built into this ordinance, you can look at this medical caregiver scenario where they are legit and don't get cited? I mean, as long as they're
expanding on that a little bit.
Yeah.
I believe we have on our list, and we need to look at redoing our personal grow ordinance. That is kind of a top priority for the department. We have CEQA, which is even more of a top priority, so this comes next down the list. I think this problem will get corrected when that occurs, when we do modify our personal grow ordinance. And so again, I wouldn't articulate that in a fine ordinance. That would be another separate ordinance that we would deal with. As to whether, if the board gives the planning director direction that they would like her not to have $1,000 fine per day for individuals who would qualify under Prop 64 as medical caregiver growers, that would be legally acceptable under the way this is written. So that would be allowed, yes. So you could do that.
Unfortunately, we don't have enough information in front of us to really look at that, to say that. I don't feel comfortable quite saying that without the information in front of me, although I appreciate that. And this ordinance, if passed, will be executed and moving on before we get to the other ordinance. So I just worry that these small guys are caught up in this, where it's really meant for, once again, for the problem actors.
And so this, of course, is an ordinance, so it would have to have a second reading, and then it will take 30 days to go into effect. If the board would like to direct us to come back with more information on the medical caregiver side of that, we can do that most likely by next meeting, and then the board can give direction if that's your pleasure.
Okay, I would like to see that as this moves forward, just to make sure we're covering our bases.
If there are no other technical clarifications for the board, you'd be looking for a motion?
I would move to accept this item 3.1 as presented with the two changes, and the changes were at item B1, or fixing the $100, and item D in the first sentence, and change to the county council's advice, impose amounts up to maximum amounts as allowed in section A and B.
You got a second. And I'd like to make a subsequent motion.
I have a question on that motion. To bring back that information on that caregiver, do we need to put that in the motion, or no, is it just direction?
No, that would be direction.
Okay.
Subsequent, including what Keith said regarding the two items that are changed, that are the requested change. If the board has stomach to look at, instead of $1,000 in item 1, make it $15,000. Instead of $25,000 in item 2, make it $250,000.
What?
Instead of $2,500, change it to $25,000, and instead of $5,000, make it $50,000 in item 3.
We have a subsequent motion on the table.
Looking for a second.
Seeing none, item fails. Back to the first motion on the table.
I do have a quick question. Going on something Supervisor Finley said, I would like brought back that business code where we can get some extra help per, I think it was 64 again. So,
Call for the question.
as a direction.
Got a motion and a second.
Is there any other further debate from the board?
Chair.
I have one question for Director Hunter. Is that okay if I still ask her? Of the citations issued this year, were any of the violations, did anyone appeal based on the grounds of it being a medical guardian?
I can answer that question. That would come through admin. Not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you very much.
There's an appeal today of somebody's state and county license at this meeting.
What's this guy talking about?
You should probably discuss this after you guys deal with the appeal for the state and county license person who got abated. Like, the system doesn't work. Terry got abated on a licensed guardian. The enforcement said, oh, I must have got bad information from planning.
You can't do that.
Thank you,
The
Chief.
same thing that they told us. This is insanity.
We have a motion, a second on the table. Can we please pull the board?
Supervisor Finley?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Morris?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I agree with Supervisor Morris, I would like to give direction to County Council to look into being able to do an MOU with the state and put up, and of course, the CEO to come up with a plan to see if that's a viable plan and bring us an alternative or a program together if they deem it.
Okay. Margaret, are you able to have a staff report for the next meeting on those two items?
I believe I can, yes.
Okay,
They're
thank
very
you.
clear what you're looking for.
Would any of the supervisors like to have a recess before we move on to the next items? Seeing none, we will move on to planning and zoning. Item 3.2, conduct a public hearing to uphold, modify, or overturn the Planning Commission's denial of an initial cannabis cultivation setback variance on assessor's parcel number 025-140-32-00 in the Douglas City area, planning file CCV-19-63, unknown fiscal impact.
I have a bad habit of wanting, in my mind, thinking we're tackling one item and another comes up, so read the agenda. Okay, Kim Hunter, Building and Planning Director again. I'll be up here for the next item as well. So yes, this is an appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of initial cannabis cultivation setback variance on assessor's parcel number 025-140-32-00. Site is in the Douglas City area. The request for appeal was filed by Sor Zhang of the Planning Commission's denial of an application requesting initial variance, as stated. The setback, the 350-foot setback, was from a residence. It is a type 2 license that she had applied for, and there was one residence within that setback, that 350 setback. The applicant applied for the variance, and then this item did go to the Planning Commission a number of times. There were 3 visits to the Planning Commission. It was like more of a complicated process than we normally have. The first meeting was April 23rd, 2020. This item was continued at the request of the applicant's representative, and that request is included in the staff report. The request was based on wanting
Additional time to address the neighbor's
a neighbor letter had been received from the neighbor that was in opposition of granting the variance, the one residence, and the neighbor was not in support of that variance. So a letter was received for the Planning Commission on the 23rd of April, and in response, the applicant's representative did request continuance. The item then was back on the agenda for the June 4th, 2020 Planning Commission meeting. As reflected in the staff reports, planning staff recommended denial of the variance request based on the neighbor's concerns, ongoing concerns regarding water quantity, air quality, pollution, and general nuisance issues. Based on the recommendation to deny the variance, staff at that time did not provide conditions of approval for the variance. The Planning Commission did ask, there was much discussion on this item, and did ask that staff come back at a later meeting with general conditions of approval drafted. So since there was a denial, staff did not recommend, just to clarify, recommendation for denial by staff based on the information of the record, and not be able to justify the finding that the variance would possibly be injurious to the public. So then the item was continued once again, so staff did draft these general conditions. That happened, and the item returned on July 9th, 2020 Planning Commission. At that meeting, one of the commissioners was absent. We had 4 commissioners present. After much further discussion, there was a 2-2 vote. 2 in favor, 2 denied. The motion died for lack of majority to approve the variance. Then on July 16th, 2020, the appeal was filed, appealing the planning commissioner's decision. And here we are today before you presenting this item. The department's recommendation is that this appeal request not be granted at this time based on the concerns of the neighbor whose residence is located within that 350-foot cultivation setback. In addition, during this time, the property was cited for illegal cultivation at the site. No license was ever issued from our department. I also have Associate Planner Bella Hedke here. She is the expert on this item and can answer any questions that I am unable to answer for you today, if you have any.
Thank you, Director Hunter. Are there any questions from the board?
I do, but I'm gonna have to go first.
Are there any additional questions from the board? Back to you.
Thank you. Clarification, by the way, good report, both of you, thank you. And I was trying to find my notes, I don't have them. So, just a clarification, were they licensed and then wanted to go a little larger grow, which would require this variance, or no? I hand it over to Associate Planner Hedke.
Hello. No, they never received a license from our department.
Okay.
So they're a new applicant at that time, so they're pursuing their initial annual cultivation variance.
And then did I read properly that they did get a state license?
They did receive a state license, that's correct.
And have they been operating under that? Or we don't know if they've been operating?
No, they, do you want to speak on the citation?
It was spoken to, I believe.
Yeah, so that they were, based on the citation, they were operating.
Okay. And the main reason for denial of the variance was the issue was water, is what I'm...
Yeah, the neighbor, Mr. Hennis, his main issue among many was water availability and quantity. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. That's it for me at the moment. Thank you.
Okay, any additional technical questions?
I will, since Bella's up there. And maybe this is for Kim. How did he get a state license without okay from the county?
Honestly, I'm sitting here thinking, wondering that myself.
Okay.
I'll have to.
It's not the first time it's happened, and we've had it happen prior. Typically, what the state has done is when they've determined that there was no local license issue, they rescind their state license, but they just had someone get over anxious and issue them before they did proper confirmation.
All right, thank you.
I think it should be noted that this was before Director Hunter's time.
Yes.
I'm not accusing that, I was just
No, I was
curious.
questioning that. I was curious myself. Evidently, we gave them a letter of authorization.
In the September 11th letter, attachment B, in bold on that county allowance, it does say, does not give permission to begin site development, activities, operations, or cultivation.
That's right.
Well, that still shouldn't have given the state license.
We are not issuing
Yeah.
authorization letters any longer.
But again, that still shouldn't have given a state license from the state. So, and I believe we did deal with this issue prior, and I think we had it all worked out with the state, but there was a couple misfires before.
Any other technical questions from the board? Seeing none, we'll move to public comment on this item. Public comment is open for this item.
I'm sorry, we're presenters. I figured the presenters of the appellants was going to be able to get more time in 3 minutes.
Yes. No one let us in until right now.
No, you have more time.
Awesome. Catch my breath here for a second. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Honor Wright. Live in Weaverville, but I work for Flora right now.
for this hearing, and I appreciate all of staff's comments, kind of giving you guys a preface. Same thing with my appeal, or the appeal that we filed. I think it has a lot of great information in there. So what I want to do is, I'd like to start off by going through the timeline. This application was turned in June of 2019. Even though in our county code, it gives 30 days to deem an application complete, in September of 2019, we were then told that a variance was needed for this application. Now, looking at the property, you can tell that the cultivation is near the dwelling of the neighbor that was in question for the variance, absolutely. But it is not on the applicant to verify the valid permit for that dwelling. So as practice, Flora, as a consulting agency, we will identify that a potential variance may be coming up. But since we can't access the accurate records to prove whether that dwelling is actually permitted and then would need a variance, we have to wait for the county to let us know if that's a deficiency. The county did not meet that 30-day requirement, first of all, to tell us that the variance was needed. In December of 2019, we submitted a variance application. In January 2020, this applicant did indeed receive a state license. Previously, when we work with submitting county licenses, as long as they are maintaining their, per the ordinance, maintaining their site conditions, they're given local authorization. This cultivator has never planted, and we'll get to that timeline until this last July, okay? So in January 2020, she was issued a state cultivation license, very quickly had to enroll in metric and order tags as part of her license fee. We did not get a variance hearing until June of this year. That is 1 year after an application has been submitted and completely uncalled for from a government agency. I want to point you out to state code, government code 65943, excuse me. That state code even deems that no later than 30 calendar days after any public agency has received an application for a development project, the agency shall determine in writing whether the application is complete and shall immediately transmit the determination to the applicant for the development of the project. If this written determination is not made within 30 days after receipt of the application, if it's not made within 30 days after receipt, there should be a statement included that is an application for a development, and the application includes a statement that is an application for a development permit. The application shall be deemed complete for purposes of this chapter. So even our state government code has a 30-day timeline in there. It actually gives an extra 60 days if an appeal is filed for the local government to respond. So right off the bat, we're not even meeting our own government code for timelines. In July 9th was when we finally got the variance hearing for Ms. Zhang. During this hearing, the whole purpose we're even here at this time, the decision to deny this variance was based solely on water usage. There is no language that I see in our ordinance under a purpose of a variance that talks about water. No evidence that this neighbor had that it was the applicant's well specifically depleting his well. Not only does this neighbor cultivate illegally, there's plants there right now, but he also illegally sells his water. He admitted it at the variance hearing. He also admitted it that it's not the cannabis that's his problem. A variance application is about the setback, 350 feet from a neighbor's dwelling, about their concern for odor mitigation and other concerns from that setback. His concerns had nothing to do with the variance at all, yet the Planning Commission still ruled on some borderline water law that the Water Board hasn't even considered. Groundwater wells are not regulated like surface diversion because of how intense that would be to try to figure out where all these underground aquifers are. Now we could try to find a point that's hurting Mr. Hennis as well. If we did a whole mountain type hydrological study, we'd need everybody's participation in getting into their wells to see what's going on. But the point is that's not the part of the variance. This license was noticed last year for CEQA determinations even. In September, I believe, of last year, Director Hunter let us know. He had time then to talk about CEQA issues, not during the variance. This variance should have been granted based on the facts that are a part of this case, including a non-agreement letter issued by Fish and Wildlife, notice of applicability issued by the Water Board, a state license issued. She's in metric. After the denial of the hearing, we filed immediately, and in conversation with Director Hunter, tried to find a solution for this applicant who had not been able to use her state license yet that year. July, if you guys aren't familiar, you should be planted by the beginning of July in order to have a successful harvest for the season. And in conversation with Director Hunter, it was deemed that if we could move her garden back outside the 350-foot setback, even though it wouldn't be 10,000 square feet, she would be able to get a license issued. That conversation started immediately, and I do have an email from Director Hunter that says, as soon as the maps are reviewed, a license can be issued for this parcel. Now, of course, our applicant got very excited. She's been waiting over a year for an answer from Trinity County and for a county license. In the meantime, when it was told that she would be getting a license when new maps were submitted, and it's been a month since I submitted, we've gone back and forth in this conversation, I still have no answer from Trinity County on this. They deemed from aerial imagery that it looked like it wasn't quite to the 350. We said, okay, let us do a site visit. We knocked on Mr. Hennis's door, asked permission to go from the corner of his house. There were a few boxes over. So we took out those boxes, sent in new maps, and said, okay, here's outside the 350. Still no response from Trinity County Planning Department. And I'm sorry, but your government code, both state and county, mandate these timelines for a reason. Ms. Zhang is not the only applicant this year, the only one I'm talking about right now, that has been completely, pardon my language, screwed by the inadequacy of this department. She has a state license she hasn't even been able to operate under. So yes, in the middle of July, when she was verbally told in an email by Director Hunter that she would be getting a license issued immediately after reviewing the maps, of course she planted to use her state license. She was given authorization to get that state license, and she needs to use it in order to have a harvest this year. Ms. Zhang did not plant before that at all. And the fact that our ordinance makes it easier, and I'm glad somebody pointed this out in the last discussion, it is easier to never start the licensing process, to wait for Barcelona to come up on your door and knock on it and give you a citation to get into the program, than it is going through the process legally. She has gone through every step that she needs to take to get here today. A bad call on the Planning Commission last time because, like I said, the well has nothing to do with a variance hearing. That neighbor should have brought the concerns during the CEQA noticing. But how can you look at somebody and tell them, you know what, you're not going to get a license even though you followed all the rules, we missed our timeline, but hey, the guy down the street, after he gets an abatement, we're going to welcome him in. Doesn't make any sense. I agree that you need to make sure people are following the ordinance when they're a part of it, absolutely. But to follow it to the point of let me take your license away even though nothing on your end was done other than I was told I was about to get a license is really ridiculous and a bad precedent to set for this program. As a consultant, it's hard enough these days to talk to people about becoming compliant because they're so scared of how much code enforcement is going to be knocking on their door. I have multiple clients I've been getting abatements with state and county licenses this year. This is ridiculous. This licensee individually has gone through the process. She's gone through the hardship. She tried to get a garden planted this year so that she could pay her bills for the year. Due to the county's inadequacy, getting this timeline done correctly, and now they're saying that she doesn't deserve a license? This variance should be granted because this neighbor did not bring adequate arguments that relate to the variance specifically. If he has a problem with his water usage, he could have filed appeal during the CEQA noticing. That's why we have it. He's not here today either to fight against this denial of the variance. In fact, in that hearing, again, he stated that cannabis was not the issue. So we're here today to try to get this variance overturned. This applicant not only deserves this variance so that she can have a full 10,000 square foot garden, but she deserves to have her license in general. She has gone through all the steps that you have asked of her. Now, while she waits for the county to give her a piece of paper, in this month's time, yes, she did plant, with a state license issued. This licensee just wants to follow all the rules, and we're here at this last obstacle to try to get her there. So I really appreciate if you guys have any questions for me, I would love to answer them as her consultant. If not, I can go ahead and take my seat.
Are there any questions from the board?
I just have one. How long has she owned the property?
2018 maybe, I'd have to check the deed. That's part of her cannabis file. Her son owns the property actually, there's a lease there. I believe her son purchased it a couple years ago. Yes, yeah, the applicant's here today.
Any additional?
Yeah, I do have a quick question. If I heard you correctly, you went back to our department to reduce the license actually, so you're within that 350 or over that 350?
Yeah, we wanted to do that in the meantime, knowing that this hearing may not come as quickly as we'd like to get her planted for the season. So we attempted to do that over aerial imagery. The county called out, maybe there's a couple boxes over. We did a site visit, said, okay, yeah, there's a couple boxes over, here are the new maps.
And what is the feet over that you needed this variance for?
We were at 210 feet to start with, so we only had to remove it, do the math at 140 feet. Math's not my thing, excuse me.
And then you reduced it again?
Yeah.
To get going?
To get completely past that 350 to try to get her a license before this hearing and get use out of that state one that she's paying for. And, I'm sorry, one more thing, the license fee for this, and the county license fee was cash last year. So all funds have been paid. She should have been up for a renewal around this time for more money to our department, but this is where we're at.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Have you presented this argument and this information to the Planning Commission?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
They had the timeline, it's in the previous agenda from the planning commission.
That's perfect, thank you.
Are there any additional questions from the board?
Excuse me,
Guys,
thank
any
you.
Additional comments?
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Tom Malenko of Douglas City. I tracked this. I was at the Planning Commission both times this came out, and it is an awkward situation that was presented in that this is a neighbor opposed to a variance, not because of cannabis, which we put the 350 setback, you put the 350 setback in the ordinance to handle the nuisance impacts of cannabis. But this isn't about that. Now, I don't know how best to handle that, but I do know we're in one of those rare situations. I think we all know there are a number of county licenses that have been issued where no state license application has even been filed, let alone issued. This is one of those handful of cases where a CDFA license has been completed and issued, and the county hasn't caught up to that yet. Word is not a seasonal business. One Wednesday is the same as the next Wednesday or Thursday or whatever. It's not, it's something one can understand. But we're talking about, you know, if you don't have a season in 2020, which is July, really, is the drop dead, you're done until 2021. And this person's been waiting that long. So it was an awkward presentation before the Planning Commission, I will admit that. But you have a neighbor with plants in their own yard. This is the only licensed property in this whole area. So I think part of the resistance is not, oh, I'm offended by cannabis, it's I'm offended by licensing, because you're going to start bringing all these vehicles and fish and wildlife and all the attention that comes to the neighborhood with licensing. And this is kind of inverted what I think the variance and the whole licensing program is there about. So I would urge you to send this at least back to planning or back to the planning department to figure a way where this applicant can proceed with licensing. And I don't know the validity of a concern about groundwater. There's been no evidence in the record other than an allegation. And I'm not sure that that is even within what the county's jurisdiction handles. The State Water Board itself doesn't want to get into the groundwater allocation because it's, you know, it's underground. It's hard to get hard facts on there, especially when we're not talking about aquifers. Groundwater in Trinity County is not aquifer based. So anyway, I would encourage that we send this back and let's let somebody trying to do the right thing, going through all the steps, spending the money, proceed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
I do have a question on that.
Sure.
Tom, I have a quick question on something you said. So did you say that they are the only licensed property in that area?
To the best of my knowledge, they're the only ones. There's a number of grows and visible from Google Earth. They're the only ones licensed, or licensing.
Got it, thank you.
And Tom, are you representing either of these people?
I'm not hired by them. I do work with Flora though, but I'm here at my opposition.
Okay, thank you.
Jake Rosen, Chris Hayfork. These folks got baited. You heard all this technical stuff, you heard Anna talk, you heard Tom talk. I don't know how somebody could have been much more in good standing, patiently, respectfully waiting for the county. They got baited. So quite frankly, the only thing that this county could have done to create a bigger hardship, literally a larger hardship, on one of a couple hundred people in this county in the cannabis business trying to do it right, would be to hit them with like maybe a $50,000 a day fine. Okay, I'm still 2 years into fighting a court case for being a licensed grower in this county. 2 years. Paying legal fees, having things seized. You guys just voted to move forward with charging these people exponentially more per day for trying to be licensed. They're not the only ones in this situation. When I spoke earlier about the reality of what's actually going on, we can't just look at textbooks, we can't just say, yes, in theory this works great, because a real life applicable example would be while they are sitting here waiting to appeal this, they would be paying $50,000 a day, $5,000 a day, $1,000 a day. Like, these are real numbers. These are lose your home, lose your family, bankrupt numbers. To the people that are trying to do this. I'm not saying anybody's perfect, but I can tell you that the system is not working even remotely correctly. So we need to figure out how to make the system work correctly. We need to start off by allowing the people who are trying to do this right. This is a baby step to right a tiny wrong, but give them their damn license. Let them grow some licensed cannabis. Let them be a leader in this industry, in this community. Let's right these wrongs, let's right these systems, and then when there's a real clear path, and we got every license operational, let's go crack some heads. Let's go use the funding we have to do this. Let's not get the horse behind the carriage. Let's think about this from a reality, not from a policy standpoint. And let's start by giving people their damn license. Thanks.
Thanks for your comments. Are there any additional public comments in this item?
Yes, John Brower from Junction City, and this is one of those growing pain moments. You know, we've got a program that got off to a very rocky start. County seemed to be prioritizing enforcement of program participants for the first 2 years of the program. I don't think anybody would debate that. Jake was one of the victims, still getting worked out. And this is another one of those tough decisions that you supervisors are going to have to wrestle with, and I hope you do the right thing, which is encourage transition of our cannabis industry to licensure. That is the game that we should be playing. The applicants done everything in their powers to comply, and they've spent a lot of money and put a lot of faith in this system. And the system, while imperfect, is trying to work. And it seems like what Mr. Blanco said about sending it back to the Planning Commission, back to staff, is a good idea. Perhaps even granting this variance. The complaining neighbor did say in Planning Commission hearings that he doesn't have a problem with the weed, that he's selling water, he grows himself. And this neighborhood could benefit from licensure and water board participation, fish and wildlife participation, county program participation. We might even have a tax soon that could benefit the county generally from this activity when licensed. So it's a bit of a tough one, and I know you were wrestling with it, and again, I encourage you to do the right thing, which is continue this transition of our industry in a thoughtful way. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Hi again, Veronica Kelly Alves, Douglas City. There are a lot of flaws in how it's all working. Right? There's a lot of cart before the horse in a lot of situations. Water is a real issue. Sounds like there's other issues going on out there that hopefully someone's taking notes and is going to check that out later. But I'm not seeing any reports on the cumulative effects of how this is affecting the water for everybody in Trinity County. The power in Trinity County. We don't have an unlimited supply of these items and several other natural resources. You know, I would love to start seeing some of that so there can be some real data. Because it's so easy to get up here and be like, oh, that doesn't matter. You know, nobody has said anything about that. He mentioned water because it's a real issue with everybody, grower and non-grower. And I think it's something that needs to be looked at, find out these cumulative effects for everyone. But also, I know, and I don't know why, this planning department helps the growers for the path to state licensing. Before they have in hand their county license, which is required for them to get a state license, all they have to do is prove that they've applied. And the state will then go through their process. They're doing that, is my understanding, because I was like, what? They're doing that to help the growers find a faster path. It's not perfect, any of those paths. But maybe if that's not working, I'm working under a state license, that's great. You've made that path, but you still have to get your county license. Remember, we need bite, we need consequences. We need the path. It does need to go faster for the ones that are doing it right, as best they can. But, you know, you have to have it in hand. So they don't want to stop helping them get to their state licensing faster. The only way to do that is say, I can't help you until you have your county license, till you've gone through the whole process. And then you have to start that process with the state, which is also pretty intense. I think it's manpower, I think it's lack of knowledge, but I think it's also the lack of data for cumulative effects of water and power for every citizen and resident of Trinity County. And having a neighbor that has a serious concern about that, no matter what their position, I think is also something to look at, but there has to be a reason why. And it sounds like there's other issues out there that we have to tackle. But it should be easier for the applicant. We should have data that protects all residents of the county, grower and non-grower. So that is something important to take a look at as well. But water is, and there is something in the ordinance. It's talking about quality of life. We need water to have quality of life. So let's just put that out there as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any additional public comments?
Zombing Douglas City, translating for Sorshong, Douglas City as well. Her name is Sorshong.
Cái số là smooth quá, cũng như tao hành đi, sport được vừa đi chạy, cái thịt để vào tên nó.
She says she would like the board to go ahead and grant her appeal process. She started last year, all the way to this year without, you know, getting the county license and stuff, and it's impacted her a lot financially, physically, mentally as well. Everything that was asked for from her, either from the state level, the county level, she has went above and beyond, tried to pretty much achieve or prove what was required of her. Fortunately, because she doesn't understand the language or the process, she went with Flora to help her with the process. So please grant her the appeal. And then send it back to the commissioners to rethink this process over.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Are there any additional public comments from within the room or on the Zoom or phone calling?
Zombing Douglas City again. Thank you, boards. Like I said, I've been a translator for various clients of Flora with Sorshong as well. I met with her believe it's the beginning of that month, like when she came in. I've dealt with her case managers, because I know that the county itself, they have their personal case managers that go on site with site visits and things like that. So some of the stuff I'm pretty familiar with, but like I talked about at the last commissioners meeting, which this was denied, it goes all around with the notion of being injurious, you know. Is this a nuisance to the neighbor? And like a lot of the individuals here who was there at the commission's meeting that night, or if you guys went through the meeting notes as well, I mean, various times the opposing neighbor told the commissioners, no, I'm not, you know, marijuana, cannabis is not a nuisance to him. He likes it. The only concern that he brought up was really the water issue. Obviously, the female that came up, the woman that came up last time, yeah, it's a concern with everybody. I mean, we're up in Northern California. That's what we rely on, and it should be a concern. But I don't think it's a injurious concern for this individual property owner. The reason why is because, like I said, what was given as evidence to the board or to the commissioners was written in writing on 2 separate occasions, a letter stating that he sells water. You know, if that is the case, I don't think it's an essential item to me, because if it was, I wouldn't be giving it away. You know, if I'm concerned that there's not enough water for me, why am I selling it? Pretty much. So I think it is concerned, but not to the point that it's injurious to the individual. And then knowing Sora herself, because she is the only cannabis license, trying to get licensed there. There is 6 other farms around that neighborhood that Tom Blanco brought up that is growing illegally. So yes, there is. I know that when she started, there's been a lot of, I guess, heat on her, because unfortunately they prefer to be that way, but because the son took over, she herself said, you know what, no, we're getting out of it. We're going to go back. We're going to do it right. And she has been waiting for so long. So I urged the board to go ahead and grant her the appeal, send it back to the commissioners, and then now the commissioners actually have right in front of them based on their decision on the facts instead of just the assumptions, you know, because like what Anna had brought up, you know, if that was the case, then with any hearing, I would just go and say, you know what, I'm concerned for my water as well. And that would stop them in their tracks. So I don't think that's fair for every property owner. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any other additional public comments? Seeing none, we'll bring the item back to the board.
Jeremy, I have some questions of council.
Please go ahead.
Council, it was brought on the 30-day, Flora's brought up that we must act within 30 days of an item. It's our due diligence to do that. Do you want to make a statement?
I'm happy to respond to that. I don't think that was referencing the variance. He was talking globally about
Right.
processing documents.
I think it's an important point. She was mentioning it in terms of fairness, but I think that's an important point globally here.
Understood. And again, I don't address the fairness issue. I just address what's legally allowed. And there are certain provisions or certain licensures that do have a restriction on them in terms of the process time. What we're talking about now doesn't qualify under that. And I think what she was doing was referencing it as it's used in other places. It would be a good thing to consider in this situation, which I understand, and that's for the board to think about. But from a legal perspective, that wouldn't be applicable in this current situation.
Thank you.
Any other additional technical questions from the board?
Point of order. Was that answered that there is no time frame for the board or the municipality to respond? Just from a legal perspective, I know this was just brought up. I'm just trying to understand your answer. Is there no time limit? The county can...
Jake, I thought I taught you better about point of orders.
I'm just asking for clarification on what she said. Because she just said, I think what Anna was trying to say.
Yeah, but that's not a point of order, so.
Okay, so can there be some clarity on this? Just the county council.
I don't know that you heard completely back there, maybe you could repeat yourself.
Right, it's up to the chair.
To answer the question or not?
Or clarify, repeat.
I'm fine with clarification that, you know, it might become redundant, that's okay.
So my response was that the government code cited is not applicable in this current situation. Our zoning ordinance does have time limits that we do abide by. And there are other time limits that do abide by, and they vary based on what the specific act license is. But the question was whether the government code that was referenced by the representative was applicable, and the answer is no. Okay.
Thank you.
That was helpful. Thank you, Margaret.
Any other additional questions? Supervisor Finley?
Or Kim, have we ever granted variance for that like this before?
This is a very complicated variance, and I know staff wrestled with the concepts with it, especially when we got the letter from the neighbor. There was some issues on the site. Have we ever granted a variance?
The only thing I'm hearing is that it's based on the distance from the house.
Yeah, this and this comes back to finding number 3. Will this be injurious to the public? And Bella and we've talked about this in great depth. It doesn't offer a lot of guidance. And in the past, and if you do watch the Planning Commission video, they wrestled with this issue is, you know, this really isn't, because, you know, the neighbor's not really upset with the cannabis, it's some other issue. And that's why it got held up. And that's why we came back from the second meeting with the last meeting. I don't have the dates in front of me. It was, and it is, there's no guidance. So there have been variances that have been denied for less.
Okay, if
historically.
it's another issue, then how does it really directly relate to the cannabis issue and our ordinance?
Because it is very vague what's injurious to the public.
Okay.
And that it comes down to that. It's very vague, and it's a problematic variance process.
And I just follow up on that. What Kim is saying is that it's your decision about whether you believe it to be injurious to the public. The Planning Commission was given that information and made their determination with a 2-2 vote. Now it's coming to you, and that's part of your consideration.
Okay. Perfect.
Thank you.
Supervisor Morris?
Thank you. Kim, I have a question too.
Oh, sorry.
You know, this time frame issue that was brought up in terms of the zoning issue or the variance issue, was there a time frame that needed to go between the time that it was applied for and before the commission? Did we overstep that if there is anything to overstep in time frame?
Well, ideally with planning projects, and this is brought forth as a variance, you do have a completeness review at 30 days. That's a completeness. Have you submitted everything on the application? And in general, maybe, you know, that doesn't apply, but we'd like to keep to that. We don't have the resources to do so right now. And you've heard quite a bit of that so far today. We are not processing in the timely manner that should be expected, and it is leading to the variances are disjointed process from the licenses, and staff is doing the hardest work they can, but we are not meeting what's reasonable. So even if that 30 days doesn't apply, that 30 days, the variance, we should be responding, hey, you need this, or with a license, you need this, you need this, you need this, or no, you're good to go. That's the ideal. We'd like to be there.
And as the question was raised earlier, any of these issues weren't raised in the CEQA process when it was noticed, which I assume was noticed 8 months ago.
They were not.
Okay.
To my knowledge, they were not.
All right.
And the issue here is the variance today, and we didn't bring forth other deficiencies in the file. For example, there's no residence on this property. There is a building permit. It has not been, and then there's an RV on the site with no director's use permit at the time of the hearings. Since that time, the applicant's representative has come in and tried to submit an application. We're expecting one for the RV on the property. But since this was a variance, we didn't go into that as much detail about the deficiencies of the license application. And Anna had mentioned that herself, this is for a variance. However, we've gone there. And so, you know, we don't have, the house, the residence, the requirement for a residence has been put off. It's changed. It was going to be a manufactured home. It was going to be delivered last year. Now it was going to be delivered this year. So there are other issues in the file, and I use that one as an example, probably the most outstanding. But it's not clean. This is not clean. This is a very complicated process, and it's hard to separate the license from the variance. We're trying to do that. Obviously, it's not working. But the whole system is problematic, and I think this variance case before you today exemplifies that.
Hang on.
Oh, yeah, don't go anywhere.
What you just brought up with the housing and the director's permit, is that part of this issue? That
It should not be.
Is it part of it?
It is something we've been working with on the license with the applicant.
But it's not part of what we're looking at, and
It is not, no.
thank you. Okay.
Got a couple questions. The increased fees that were voted on today is because they go to the commission and then they come back. Those increased fees will they be rolled on to this applicant? Will their fees be changed or updated because we've updated our violation scales?
Prior citations issued will not affect.
Okay, thank you. And is it safe to say that, you know, a lot of this issue has come from potentially an ex-employee who, I don't know what the right word is, there's potentially a process that was flawed and at no fault of anyone here. That seems to be the origin for a lot of the confusion and the allowance for the confusion to grow. Is that safe to say?
That was, and evidently there was when I sent the email, I have the email that was referenced regarding the trying to get the license and trying to move the site. There may have been confusion there. And there was an if in that email, and I could read it to everybody right now if needed. There is an if, we will review these, and if they look good, we can issue a license. An if. It wasn't, we're going to review these and you're going to get your license. There's always an if, and that is at our discretion. So again, not with the variance, but it did come up. So I do feel I need to respond and clarify that.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I'd like to ask some questions.
Please go ahead.
So what we're looking at is the variance to which length? So the 210 feet or the smaller piece farther away?
The 210 feet for the initial variance.
The initial variance.
Yep.
All right. Is the well a certified well that is compliant with our county rules?
The well is legally permitted. It does not comply with the rules, but it was legally permitted by the county, and we did not feel that was an issue on our part to address, since it was legally permitted.
It was legally permitted and meets the gallon requirements?
As far as quantity, I'm not aware of that. It was a setback issue from, if you saw references to the well being a problem, it was a setback from a septic system, the 100-foot septic system. It was not any other violations. It is where it shouldn't have been permitted.
But part of our ordinances is to
water
approve the proper volumes of water. So I'm assuming that there's proper volumes.
We will assume so, because do we hear anything from environmental health? We believe it met that requirement. That was not an issue for us. That was not an issue for us.
And is that something we're considering today, the well?
No.
Thank you.
Is there any additional
I'll make my
comments?
case.
Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
I would move to grant the variance.
Can I have some clarification on that?
Not until, the second.
So,
Second.
A motion second?
move to overturn the planning commission's denial?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
I'll amend my second.
You did that? Okay, perfect, thank you.
Can I get a clarification? I believe it was an item failed and not a denial, is that correct?
Which is it?
Which is a denial.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, then.
I will, now we're in discussion, I'll make my case on the fact that I don't believe that the intent of a variance setback was over illegal water usage. It's designed for other issues such as odor and erosion and other, but we already addressed water issues in the ordinance. This is California. Whoever has the most money and can dig the deepest well wins. That may be a not a very popular view, but it is the truth. I will also say that this property did have previous cannabis, as the applicant said, but it was decided that she needs to be above board legal, and has changed their direction on this. And so with that, even though, in my opinion, that the variance on the 350 was denied on reasons that aren't legitimate reasons.
I would echo everything you said. In addition to this water issue, we're a low basin county. I don't know if this came up, but not subject to a SGMA issue. But I totally agree with my colleague. Thank you, Supervisor Rose. And
Yeah, I'm absolutely disappointed in all the smoke screens that have come up and been presented, but I guess this is what we have to deal with. Looking at the bottom line, and I want to thank the Planning Commission, Director Hunter and Bella for being very specific in answering the questions. Thank you.
And I would like to thank you for enduring our process and trying to do the right thing. We're sorry about that. Growing pains.
So I would also ask that staff discuss, because this is not over with by any means, no matter how it votes. And so to make sure staff explains the next part of the process, because this process will continue to move forward one way or the other.
Council, is this an opportunity where a subsequent motion can be presented?
Yes.
I would propose a subsequent motion to approve the variance. Seeing no second, motion fails.
I believe
that's
that
my
was,
motion.
that's his motion, to approve the variance.
I thought you said it was to overturn the denial from the commission, which would put it back to the
That was
commission.
my understanding. No.
No, it
allow
would have granted. It
Okay.
wasn't
I'm
required.
granting, I'm
Okay.
asking permission to grant the.
It would
Okay.
move it forward and
Yeah.
allow them to.
Thank you for
Okay,
clarifying.
thank you. Is there any additional comment from the board?
No, but just, yes, for some clarification, the motion that is on the table is to overturn the planning commission's denial and allow you to move forward on planning file CCB-19-63.
Correct. If the board votes yes on the motion, the variance will be granted.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I can see I've made my motion as clear as this whole process has been to everybody.
Wait, I didn't help.
Tina, would you call on the board, please?
Supervisor Morris?
Yes.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Finley?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye. with that, that closes out this item. Sounds like we may be in order for lunch.
Oh, let's see, where are we?
I think we have a bunch of people waiting for 2.3.
Oh, yes,
Okay.
yes, of
Can we
course.
take at least a 5-minute
Yeah.
recess, please? Thank you.
Does anybody have a parka around?
I have a blanket in the car.
If I scoot back, it's not that cold.
Someone who has a license. Is there a bailiff to secure that key? Because that's my question.
I'm not.
I'm talking to you now. It's fine.
What's on it? It's double-sided.
So does their abatement just
Flat on one
disappear?
side, black polka dots on the
Or
other.
they now license?
That will go with
and
everything else and
stuff?
everything. Perfect.
Well, their variances would give it up to have a state license. So their abatement still stands.
No one without a light.
That's great.
Welcome to the real world.
No, I know, we just have stacks of letters from every predecessor in this program saying, like staff members saying, like, if you're in good intentions and you're working with the program, then you're in good state.
If you would also read those, that there was a timeline several years ago that there was a preview bringing the new to grandfather people, and there's no with our term.
I'm not like fighting, I'm just asking like real questions here, because there's timelines for us, but there's no timelines for planning.
It was 18 months ago at least. Rick's the one that had the timeline.
So there's an expiration date.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so, you know what I'm getting at? There's an expiration date on the time frame that you have to get into order, but there's no time frame for planning. We just saw it.
I think I understand what you're saying, but what I understand is that what she's saying is like if you check all those boxes and it's clean and it's cut, then you would get the permit and you could move forward. They didn't check all the boxes, so that's where the problem lies, because they don't meet all those boxes. And so that's the problem, that's what pushes it out further, because they didn't, you've got all the issues as far as residents and everything else. This only addresses the issues, it didn't address the rest of the checklist that they need to have, the way I understand it. So,
Anyway, and if it's a problem for money, we can replace the operator. But,
Let's handle it.
it's good kind of friends. So in the library.
That was a 5-minute break.
Robert.
you're good, fine. So the best we can, we pray for them.
This is friends just tell us exactly.
No, I need to get a copy of that. I don't have it. I haven't had a chance to go over all of it.
At least I get to see something.
I think it still does too.
And I don't know.
So I just need to get a
But
copy of
we
it.
could put an access all right there, I think. But I'm also saying, well, if we're gonna do that, we ought to replace it.
Well,
Shouldn't
I
be just
think
one.
we need something that's
Their own stuff.
Well, I would, yeah. But I think if that one's tied to metrics, so that would be information that they have from metrics. And so I think that it would. Yeah. Yes, so then I would have to go off of that, and what's the information that got out of metrics, and then I would replace it for that, so. But, I mean, it's a, I don't know that it's a happy medium, but it's.
So Dan, I'm ready to do one of my pages or two of them.
Oh, when I'm walking around without a mask?
Can you help give me some quotes?
I said, I was guilty by.
Okay. So worse. Okay. And then I need to help, or I need a temperature to.
Is that not accepted in that?
Money ball.
I think I recommend that.
Well, we don't.
My video back up after that.
Well, the food work.
Well, to bring up.
Yeah, I'd love to see that happen. If we need to sit down with Richard and review them later this afternoon, we should do that.
I can't tell you how many times we were talking about the original models for money. We did run that on, but I think it's such a better back there. So it took a while, but the specifics on the system provided to the.
Okay.
You do a Zoom,
That's how they provided it.
Okay.
So
You get it with the cameras. I got with the cameras.
Right on.
I did everything I could do to not start laughing. I also said,
What my plan is I could have put it on the camera.
And Jake tried to get me back away from
oh, that was
So you're off anyway, so you don't know. But I'm sure that.
Shut up and get out.
I've got essentially 4 different meetings into the system. But if they're gonna do something different, then I don't need to invest more in it. Actually, I actually have all the equipment now, you know, I don't need to buy it. But anyway, so keep me posted on what the plans are.
Because I really enjoy kissing people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least there's conflict.
I like it. Good.
Those are good cookies.
Are there any left?
Yes, I need to figure out half.
Thank you. That's gotta give me, I'll just take half. Thank you.
Sugar, cream, I did. Couple little hiccups, but.
He was back there laughing the whole time, that guy.
I just read it.
I
wish it would. It'd be amazing.
No, you want it.
I love it.
Okay, let's just roll.
It isn't, it's not reason.
Yeah, so neat.
Oh, this is for me. Okay, this is always exciting.
Come on, let's throw the God thing on, let's go for it.
We're having fun today, might as well.
So I assume Chadwick's not gonna make the last film meeting either.
She's still is.
Yeah.
You are a fine person.
Yeah, I'm a real person. Only
Meeting's back in order. Continuing on with planning and zoning, item 3.3, conduct a public hearing to consider introducing, waiving the reading of, and enacting an urgency ordinance imposing a temporary moratorium on the issuance of new or the transfer of existing commercial cannabis cultivation licenses in the Rush Creek opt-out area. No fiscal impact.
Okay.
Kim Hunter, Director of Building and Planning.
We're having some technical, we're trying to get fixed real quick. Can we wait a couple minutes?
The mic is not working at the other meeting.
Mine, so they're working.
Put it in history of the Bible, so we make this a minus one. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're live.
We're good, Chairman.
All right.
Thank you.
Technical issues are fixed, and we will continue on. Thank you for your patience, Director Hunter.
Okay, item 3.3 is the urgency ordinance of Rush Creek area cannabis licensing moratorium. The requested action before you today is to conduct a public hearing to consider introducing, waiving the reading of, and enacting an urgency ordinance to impose a temporary moratorium on the issuance of new and transfer of existing commercial cannabis cultivation licenses in the Rush Creek opt-out area. The proposed Rush Creek opt-out area consists of roughly 100 parcels. Some of those are, a few of those are Caltrans, and some are Sierra Pacific Industries. This request for a opt-out came with a petition signed by the majority of property owners, private property owners in the area. It was over 70% of those property owners signed in favor of a petition requesting an opt-out for this area be created. Unfortunately, the current ordinance is, we're planning on amending that ordinance, and there was not a path forward to, while we're in the process of completing the environmental impact report, not a great time to amend the ordinance, nor does a process exist to add opt-outs. So with that in mind, the proposed moratorium that would be established by the urgency ordinance would just put a hold on any licenses in that area until the ordinance can be amended and create a process to add or modify opt-out areas. Opt-out areas are not, the term opt-out, just for clarification, is not mentioned in the ordinance. Basically, we're referring to areas that have been designated to prohibit cultivation, and we refer to them as opt-out. So that's technically not in the ordinance itself, if anybody has any questions about that. There are some critical issues that prompt the opt-out request. Again, water is at the top of that list. A portion of the proposed opt-out area, which does include Go Away Road, Buttons Road, First Left Road, Bear Creek Road, Bear Canyon Road, and Rush Creek Drive. There is a portion of the far end of Bear Creek Road, which does have a critical water resource overlay zone on it. It's the end, but there is one present in the area. That critical water resource overlay zone does not apply to those other neighborhoods I just read off. However, there are known water issues. Several wells did not meet the criteria established for cultivation. There's been several properties that have water issues with wells drilled. They just don't produce enough, and those were not in the critical water resource area. So this is widespread water issues. In addition to water quantity, water quality, safety, and traffic. These are rural residential neighborhoods. Many of the parcels are around 5 or fewer acres in size. It's kind of a little area where you just have some smaller parcels surrounded by larger parcels. The U.S. Forest Service, the larger parcels, but it's just a small area. The 100 parcels, we created a map in the planning department, and that map, when we created that, we went with the petition, the signature signed, those assessors parcels listed within those areas, and then but kept it at those smaller parcels that are privately owned, with a few exceptions of some Caltrans right-of-way parcels. Okay, so the critical issues being water quality, water quantity, safety, and traffic. A portion of the proposed opt-out, as mentioned, is in the Critical Water Overlay District, CWR, which is applied to lands where it's determined that development may have a detrimental impact to water resources. While the Planning Department accepted the request, as mentioned earlier, there's no process currently provided in Ordinance 315-843, our Commercial Cannabis Cultivation Ordinance. So with that, during the interim, staff recommends that the urgency ordinance and a temporary moratorium be considered at this time. And I'll conclude my report.
Thank you, Director Hunter. Are there any technical questions for clarification from the board?
Yeah.
I would like to make it clear that as an urgency ordinance, this takes 4 votes.
Correct, this is a 4/5 vote in order to enact. It would stay in place for 45 days. It would come back then with another hearing, and then it could be enacted for an additional 10 months and 15 days, and then once again for 1 year. And in that time, the county would need to be looking at making a permanent ordinance to replace it.
Any additional questions?
I do. So I just want to make it also clear that this does not affect the state crystal grow law.
No, this is just for commercial cannabis cultivation.
Right.
We can't trump them.
Right, we can't trump that. And the other thing, I know you've had some bad actors up there. Is there any license holders that are not causing problems? Or any license holders at all? I think there was one that's just given this neighborhood some grief.
Right. There has been, and currently, no. We don't have any that have been problematic. We do have a new application on Bear Creek Road that has not been issued yet. We are just behind in issuing new licenses. So there is one in the queue, and there is at least one license I know of, and there's not been, I'm sure you hear from the public on that, but as far as their file and any, our ongoing program, they've been in compliance.
Okay, I know, kind of the one that kicked all this off was somebody that's been really causing havoc up there.
There was a site on Go Away.
Yeah, and that's caused issues, and that's been shut down, my understanding, right?
They've inquired about, again, getting more licenses on that property. That was one of the properties where there was an issue with the water quantity that was produced by the well. They reported to us they'd like to reapply for a license, and the well has been drilled farther down, and now they have the water, but we're simply not taking licenses right now, so we don't have a new application in.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional technical clarifications? Thank you, Director Hunter. I'd be looking for a motion.
No public comment.
Oh, I apologize. Are there any public comments at this? No.
There's a lot of people out there.
Okay.
Jake Grossman, Coast State Fork. A couple things. I've never actually opposed a carve-out or an opt-out or whatever we can call it. I've kind of felt, be a good neighbor. We all live in a small community together. Zero desire whatsoever to cultivate cannabis in Trinity Center. Horrible place to do it. I commend you for growing grapes there. But I felt there has been some sense behind some of these things. I think maybe there should be a carve-out against code enforcement in Hayfork, since no one's ever complained about growing in Hayfork. But the few pieces that I, as you guys know, obviously have a problem with a lot of the systems and how they work is, one, was that a staff report or was that a resident supporting this opt-out? I believe Ms. Hunter is a resident of Rush Creek, and she said she was in favor of this. I think that's probably grossly inappropriate. Second, we just heard that there is an applicant inside of this opt out. I honestly have no idea who it is, not my side of the hill. She also stated that we are not accepting new applications, we are not processing applications. So if this opt-out were to happen, would that person be, oh shit, out of luck, sorry, planning was not able to process your application faster than the opposition was able to get an emergency ordinance to stop them from being able to follow the path of legalization. More of a policy question on a greater scheme. Like I said, I don't know who they are. I also think that, as we just talked about, this is being pushed from a position of there's some problem actors in that neighborhood. Great reason to be raising issue to it. Great reason for us to be looking at, this is a problem place, there are problem actors, we need to do something about it. Is the right course of action for the board to opt out legal cultivation under an emergency ordinance? I think more of the emergency might be, why hasn't code enforcement taken the actions? Have all these 6 properties or whatever it is, have they been abated? Have they been revisited or abated? Why has this not stopped the situation up there? Instead of, because I don't think making an opt-out is going to have any influence whatsoever on the people who have personally opted out of being licensed. They already opted out, they're on board. They said we don't want licensing. So why are we spinning our wheels here to take out the option of them being good players? And if we're going to opt it out, and then we're going to go after those properties, what steps maybe is the rest of that neighborhood going to do to clean up the mess left behind? I know this is going to be a conversation someday for the Pines, but is the neighborhood going to come together to clean up the properties abandoned? Because that's what will happen eventually.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Tom Blanco, Douglas City. I'm in favor of self-determination, period. I believe that for individuals, for neighborhoods, for communities, I think it is appropriate. I would like to see issues like this, because I know this is not the last time we're going to hear this. There's another one that's coming up from Southern Trinity, I believe, to have an outline procedure that how, if I live in a neighborhood that doesn't want this, how do I do this? How do we get an opt-out? How do we opt in? I would like to see some procedure to do that. I know the folks in Rush Creek have been in favor of this for some time. And that goes to your esteemed judgment of what to do with this. I do see a problem in this urgency ordinance, though, in the findings, which is, instead of listing impacts, we talk about the previously identified impacts to public health, safety, and welfare. I feel like our ordinance, like so much else, not perfect, goes a long way to address those impacts. So when we're talking about licensed growers, I think an actual urgency ordinance, especially one in late August, I don't think there's a lot of new grows going to sprout up there in the next time to send this through the Planning Commission the right route. But if this is what's brought forward, so be it. But I think spelling out some actual impacts that are trying to be abated by this urgency, which is an extreme step, which is why it needs the 4 votes. Also, some protocol to make it, put the neighborhoods on notice, make it easier for you to determine what to do, as well as the people that may be in the queue that were just mentioned. I don't know any of them. I don't know anybody who grows up there. I don't know that it's ideal conditions, honestly. But so be it. Some people are in it. And if you are in the queue, that means you spent a lot of money, a lot of time to get to this point. We'd hate to see somebody cut off at the legs that have done everything, and we're not on notice that this was going to happen. If anybody asked me about Rush Creek, I would advise them to look somewhere else. But that, nobody asked me. So if you do end up passing this, I'd love to see some provision in there for you know, when the first carve-outs came in, we had that little exception for people already enrolled. There would be something for people that are in the process of, fine, don't start a new application, but somebody's pending, and that's tough because we haven't been taking applications, so I don't know if we can have that information, but I'd like to see some protection for people that might be affected. Thank you.
Next public comment, please.
Thanks. Sally Perot, again, Bear Creek Road. As a result of the delay of this opt-out decision, a landowner was recently able to file an application for a commercial cannabis permit on Bear Creek Road. This man has had multiple code violations on his properties in Trinity County. He and his various tenants have had commercial cannabis permits which have been denied and revoked because of unethical and sometimes criminal behavior. This application was submitted just a few months after 7,000 plants were destroyed on this very property. A property across the street from me recently sold, and the new owners were not discouraged when they told their real estate agent that they were hoping to cultivate there. As I told the tax assessor last week, without this opt-out and well-funded code enforcement, my property value is dramatically diminished. My husband, a building contractor since 1991, is normally framing beautiful custom homes this time of year for families and retirees. There have been close to 0 of these projects built in the last few years. Why would someone invest hundreds of thousands of dollars to build a fabulous dream home here when their next door neighbor can get a permit to grow a cannabis plantation? The often mentioned golden egg benefits a very small and specific portion of our county's population. I believe Supervisor Chadwick may have been mistaken when she stated that the county had reached its cap of cultivation permits. Planning Director Kim Hunter explained to me on the 20th of July that there were 60 remaining licenses yet to be awarded. I have heard Supervisor Chadwick more than once urge her fellow supervisors to listen to the stakeholders in various cannabis issues. I now urge all of you to listen to the stakeholders in this cannabis issue. We are the vast majority of property owners on this Rush Creek opt-out area. On my road alone, there are at least 28 of approximately 40 residents that are vulnerable senior citizens. We request the right to determine for ourselves what our neighborhood should look like. We ask for the right to live on the land that we have worked our whole life to pay for in our historically residential neighborhood. Please give us a way to avoid the rezoning of our home into a commercial cannabis business zone. There are always voices reminding us of the cannabis cultivators' investments. Please remember our lifetime of personal investments and the sacrifice we've made to live in this beautiful place. It is only fair that any decision regarding the application for commercial cannabis cultivation permits in the disputed area be delayed until the decision for the opt-out in our neighborhood is decided. Please follow the planning staff's recommendation and pass this ordinance. And by the way, I plan, if you do pass it, to take it to every real estate agent in the county to explain that they can disclose to their clients that this area is, they'll never get a permit for growing commercial cannabis. Thanks so much.
I have a question.
Would you like to answer a question?
Sure. So the applicant you spoke of, it sounded like this is the problem child.
Yes.
That's been roaming around up there.
Yes.
Okay, that's why I want to make sure.
Yes.
Okay.
And he's in line to get a permit.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
please don't let that happen. Thanks.
Next public comment, please.
Hi, Dave Elvis of the city, but I am in zoning 7 district, just along with Rush Creek. According to the general plan, and this is verbatim, when decision makers are faced with decisions on allowed uses, they should refer not only to the zoning ordinance, but also to the goals and the policies established for the targeted area. Uses allowed as a matter of right within a zone must be uniformly applied throughout the county. Uses requiring special use permits are potentially detrimental, therefore they should be scrutinized for conformance with the goals and policies of the general plan and the general plan for this and a community plan for the specific area. Residential zones are just that, for residential. They are only different from more densely populated residential areas by services. They have to provide their own sewer and water systems by individual residents and to rely on the county to ensure that the next home does not interfere with their established systems. And right now, trust me, the county does not have an ability, nor the state have a process for ensuring groundwater availability. RR zones do have allowances for small industry, small-scale farming, and small home businesses that support rural residential lifestyles like 4-H, larger gardens, and more fruit trees. That will not create a nuisance to the other residences. That's right out of RR, your own zone. It does not allow for commercial operations in RR zones as per your own zoning chart referenced in page 13, used for zoning determination uniformity. It says no commercial operations in RR, nor ones requiring license that specifically state commercial right in the license itself. The right of residents who have sunk most of their life's work into the homes, the right they knew existed and expected by defined county zoning ordinance laws to protect them through zoning uniformity, should not be usurped by those seeking to live in a residential zone, yet seek to provide income for commercial operations. 90% of this county's cannabis problems stem from this one residential versus commercial cannabis operation problem. Proof of that is brought before the Planning Commission in the majority of their meetings. I strongly encourage you to follow the general plan, and what the community is now telling you is essentially their community plan, and protect their rights, keeping commercial cannabis operations out of Rush Creek rural residential zoned areas. I did that, took 3 minutes in practice. The issues that I have here are, and I brought it up before this board and the commission many times, we all need a place to live. I am not anti-cannabis. I think maybe this board needs to look at RRC and RRC-NC, because I know these ordinances were first established to allow for licensed operators to continue operating where they were sitting. It made absolute sense at the time. But for those individuals that are sitting in residential areas that had no cannabis growing, and now the person selling the property next to them and they grow next to it, completely changes their entire environment. You have a massive amount of money coming into this county from us retired folks. I have a government check from the military coming in, my 401ks, etc., all come from out of county. You lose me, you lose a lot more than you gain from any cannabis tax.
Thanks for your comments. Next public comment, please.
Come on down.
Either one of you would like to make a public comment?
You guys should have joined us outside. It was Supervisors.
Thought I made a quick giveaway.
I would have brought it to you. You know, as we listen to all these pros and cons about the opt-out in the Rush Creek Estates, I wonder how many people that talk against it actually live there, or own property there, or have any influence on the residents of that location, other than they just want what they want. Well, I don't see their signature list. I don't see all their AP numbers. I don't see all their addresses and names on lists that they don't want it. You know, we have 70%, and they're still coming in to this day of the landowners that live there that says we really don't want it in our area. The idea about it being an emergency ordinance, excuse me, is very valid too. Having lived there for 40 years and knowing the water situation, and have drilled 2 wells, one at 330 and one at 270 feet, and I still only got 50 gallons a day. So what has happened is we've gone to the creek, Rush Creek, which is a major primary source of water for all of Rush Creek Estates. It supplies water for houses up on Trinity Dam Boulevard, 3 of them. It supplies water also for Bear Creek Road for 3 parcels. Bear Canyon Creek Road, it supplies water there. So there's a significant amount of resource water that is for domestic use. Another thing that comes to mind after living there for all this time is the Rush Creek goes dry. It doesn't run across the surface on the south end of Rush Creek Drive. Right? There is frequently moratoriums. You can use water today to water your lawn. You can't use it, but you can tomorrow. So there's a quantity issue as well. When you consider also the fact that Bear Creek runs into Rush Creek. The tributaries from Bear Canyon Road run into Rush Creek. And then there's all the intermittent streams as well that run into Rush Creek. In fact, from Go Away and Buttons Road, it dumps right onto my well, my seep well. So anybody growing up in that area, all that effluent or contaminant is going to end up right on top of my water source and obviously into Rush Creek. So it's not just a simple concern of we want it, we don't want it. You know, the water quality is a big issue, obviously, because the water isn't even there. You know, it's underground in Rush Creek itself. Volume's an issue as well. So these are seriously valid reasons for an emergency opt-out ordinance. This isn't just about us liking or not liking. It has to do with the safety. If there's a contamination going on, it would sorely affect many. It would shut down the neighborhood. Consider it wisely, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
I just have a question. Didn't we ask for this to come forward a couple months ago, right?
To answer your question, I requested this to come forward. Supervisor Chadwick pulled it off the agenda without notifying me.
Well, we asked for it in March, and then...
In May, she pulled it off the agenda in May without notifying me.
My point is that we, just last week, asked for this to make sure it came back, or our last meeting.
Right.
Okay.
Please proceed with public comment.
Hi, I'm Carol Fensel, Rush Creek opt-out. Not every area in Trinity County is acceptable for commercial cannabis grows. There does need to be a county plan, but we need our opt-out ordinance now. We have been working for this for over a year, and we have the majority of the landowners that have signed a petition to get our neighborhood opted out. Every neighborhood deserves to decide their own future. We're also fighting illegal grows in our neighborhood. And our licensed grower is still having water issues and just added 3 new water tanks. They're about 5,000 gallons apiece, and they have anywhere from 13 to 15 water tanks. So that shows you what an issue water is in our neighborhood. We've all seen neighborhoods decimated by commercial cannabis grows, water problems, water shortage, water pollution, increased traffic, road damage, trees clear-cut, hillsides being bulldozed, and an increase in crime. Non-growers are selling and moving away from these areas, and the only people that want to buy are growers. In fact, our neighbor below the licensed grow wanted to sell, and the first 2 offers were from growers. Nobody wants to live next to a grow. Please consider saving our unique and wonderful neighborhood for our opt-out. Save Rush Creek neighborhood. I urge you to vote for our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next public comment, please.
My name is Chris Harkin, and I live up on Bear Creek Road. Just to dovetail what they said about water quality and quantity, we don't have a water table in our area. What we have are fissures where the water kind of makes its way through metamorphic rock, then it cracks, and if you drill a well and you happen to hit that fissure, you get water. If you miss it off to the side, just a matter of feet, you don't have anything. So these fissures feed groundwater, surface water, feed the streams. So if somebody happens to drill a well and hit one of those fissures where the water is flowing, it cuts off the water to the surface. I get my water from surface, and this is the first year that I can remember that my creek is dry. And the only way that we can fill our tank is from about 11 o'clock at night till about 10 o'clock, when the trees are not absorbing water into the foliage to keep them cool at the surface. They stop pulling in water through the roots, and so the water is available through the stream. So for that 9 or 10 hour period at night, we get water coming through our pipe into our tank, and it fills it up. This is the first year that I can remember that we haven't had full flowing stream. And the only thing that I can think of has changed. We've got 4 illegal grows up at the end of the road. Some are pulling out of wells, and I have no idea where the rest of them are getting their water. if they're pulling out of a well, that's adversely affecting my water supply. If the wells are dependent on domestic use, I don't know, family of 4 maybe, they use 100 gallons per person when you think about laundry or dishes and stuff like that, maybe 300 or 400 gallons a day. But when you're growing a plant, a 5x5 box will grow 5 pounds. Each pound is 100 gallons, and each one of those 100 gallons will use 5 to 10 gallons of water per day. So, you know, do the math, and you could be running up from 2 to 4,000 gallons per day for a 200-acre plot, which is an awful lot of water to be coming out of my creek. And you know, we're just, you know, we're making do, but when you spend a lot of your time making do, it really cuts down on the quality of life in our neighborhood. I know safety isn't really one of the primary things about grows, but when you have a series of temporary growers coming and going, they have temporary workers coming and going, and when they move on to the next year, then you've got another grower. Well, these growers from the year before remember where they were, and even though they may not have a job over here at this new site, they know that this house is a grower, and they can come back and steal the product. As we remember up on Vincent's grade last year, when they had 11 armed people come up and try and rob them, we don't want our neighborhood to be turned into that. So we'd like it not to just be a temporary opt-out, but a permanent opt-out. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Once again, John Brower from Junction City, and since the beginning, I have been supportive of opt-out zones. I think it's a great way to mitigate the impacts of commercial cannabis licensing in the areas that choose it. It is curious to note that the 2,700 pages of our draft environmental impact report does not mention them at all. It's also interesting that these residents feel that the opt-out zones do adequately mitigate the impacts for them. Again, not mentioned anywhere in the draft EIR. It sounds like there is a problem grower in that neighborhood. The folks from that neighborhood have spoke many times. They've tried hard. They should probably be granted their opt-out zone. However, I'm aware of at least one licensee that could be affected, could actually have an illegal taking of an asset of his if the county does not allow him to transfer his license on that site to, say, an heir or a family member or a buyer. He's already licensed, and the ordinance as written prohibits transfer. So that existing licensee is the only one I'm personally aware of. Maybe there's more, but I think we should modify the prohibition on transfer to allow transfer to an existing site. So if he wants to change his company name or add his wife or something like that, that is technically a transfer of that license, it could be allowed on that existing site. It's pre-existing. Another interesting thing is that if this urgency ordinance does not identify any negative impacts or nuisances. It cites something else, but it does not list them. That's a terrible precedent to set here. We should cite impacts, especially if it's an urgency ordinance and is an immediate threat to health and safety. Well, how? Where's their data? We should not set that precedent. Another thing is a previous commenter discussed the difference between residential and rural residential zoning types, and we failed to mention our cottage industry ordinance, which is really important here, and does define rural residential zoning as appropriate for low impact businesses. But I do encourage adoption of opt-out zones. I think there should be more of a dictated, prescribed process instead of just the loudest wheel gets the grease. And please adjust that transfer problem. Thank you.
Hello. I live on Bear Creek.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry, Lanny Rhodes. Using your glasses. My name is Lanny Rhodes. Thank you for having this today. I want to speak to you about our quality of life and property value. These are mostly my concerns for Bear Creek, where we just purchased our property about 4.5 years ago, spent about $500,000 on the property, a little more, and we went into this neighborhood expecting and hoping for a certain quality of life. Hi, Keith. So since we've moved there and we're all settled in, we now have 6 growers on our street. It's a private road. It's very rural and it's a dirt road, and we all gather our monies together to help maintain this road. Now we have a number of professional growers with large operations just down the road. We're now seeing, we're feeling water insecurity. Our creek is starting to run dry. We're seeing more wear and tear on our private road and more traffic. And also, I'm hearing all kinds of rumors. One of which is when the growers come in and they buy this property, they don't care about the building. They'll gut the inside out in order to use it for grow space. And so what we're seeing is substandard buildings that are nice houses, and they're made to become substandard. And also outbuildings and such that are being put in, trailers, all that kind of thing. They don't care about the buildings, they don't care about any of the structures, they only care about their product. And so you're going to see a lot of junk being built into these neighborhoods that are actually beautiful, rural, residential neighborhoods that I think should be protected and preserved. This is not like a cottage industry. This is an extractive industry. It extracts water, it extracts a lot of other resources, and it also attracts a certain kind of crime. And there's also more rumors about a gentleman who owns 3 pieces of properties down at the end of our road who has a rap sheet. He has supposedly ties to organized crime, and nobody trusts him. And there's a lot of people who won't even sign these petitions because they're afraid of reprisals from this gentleman. And so there is that fear factor, and also there's reports of armed people coming to our communities, like what happened in Douglas City back in October, where there are 11 armed people coming in to steal the product. So this is, if they were growing tomatoes in Douglas City, you think 11 armed people with semi-automatic rifles would have come to Douglas City. No, it's a different cottage industry. It should not be considered the same as growing tomatoes or building cabinets or whatever. It's a different product that has a different set of problems and issues that are very specific and need to be considered. So crime.
3 minutes is up.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Veronica Kelly Albies, Douglas City. We the people come before you. We have this opportunity and we get to express our opinions and our thoughts, and you kindly listen to them, and hopefully we'll act in the best interest of the residents and the community as a whole. Resolution number 2016-077, part of it, whereas the historical quality of life and natural environment in Trinity County will be protected and restored. And Trinity County will be a safe place for all residents to live, to work, or enjoy retirement and to raise their families. And I believe you know the rest. Trinity County's become a target. It started at small farms. We supported that. They're our neighbors, that we've known them for years. It's become a target for large commercial, illegal, as well as legal, which has created inherent problems for everyone. Water, power, everything you hear about a lot. Odor, which is very subjective, but it's in the ordinance and listed as a nuisance. And it's subjective except under certain circumstances. Hog farms are a good example. It has been determined to create an odor or nuisance, and therefore most farming communities reflect that in their ordinances and planning. I grew up on my uncle's hog farm, and it's one of the reasons I don't have hogs or allow the manure in my yard. Just because I like bacon doesn't mean I want to live next to a hog farm. And as a community member, there are neighborhoods, long-standing neighborhoods, that enjoy a quality of life that Trinity County has afforded. We have to grow, for sure. But we need proper planning. We need to listen to we the people, as we need a place to live. We need a place to lay our heads down at night that isn't getting assaulted by other nuisances that come off of other people's property. And it happens. And this particular area has been assaulted in a lot of different ways. The good actors, the bad actors, it's getting assaulted. But we need quiet enjoyment of life in some parts of Trinity County. We want to support the growers that are doing it right, have respect for the land and their neighbors and the community as a whole. But we need areas that we don't have to wake up every day knowing that we're going to have to defend the right that I get to live there too, and that I've been living there, and that my child could live there. Every day, a property owner has to get up, grower and non-grower. But non-growers, we just want to live. We're not trying to start a business or do a commercial business in the middle of a residential neighborhood. And that is something that needs to be taken into account. We're pulled in. We're here before you now a lot. And as much as we enjoy seeing you, we need consideration of where we can live. And if this community as a whole, and it's pretty much almost the whole, comes to you and says, this is what our community, our neighborhood would like to see, then I think that deserves some respect and some consideration in granting them this moratorium. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Hey, Paul Boozer, back again. I live on Rush Creek. You've heard a lot of specifics about the desire for an opt-out. I wasn't real encouraged to hear both John Brower and Tom Blanco support, I guess, opt-outs or self-determination. But what struck me as interesting is their insistence that there be a pretty rigorous or detailed process for establishing an area where cannabis can't be grown. From my perspective, that has it backwards. There should be a rigorous process for establishing where it would be grown. And I know everyone wasn't on the board when the original emergency ordinance was adopted and later extended. But had that not happened, every individual licensee would be going through a full CEQA analysis with the opportunities for public comment, the abilities to litigate, all those issues. But what we're asking with our opt-out here is, because of that compromise that the county took in order to facilitate commercial cannabis, that you accept our request for an opt-out, which is part of that compromise. If we were in a system where we had more traditional zoning, you would have a certainty of what could and could not happen next to your parcel or where you own your property. We have a residential neighborhood in Rush Creek. And all of us recognize that the general plan was not up to date. There were so many problems that didn't allow that to happen. But what I would like to remind you of as supervisors is that the compromise that allowed commercial cannabis to proceed at the pace that it has proceeded also contemplated what we now call opt-outs. And if we can't establish those after the fact, there really is no zoning whatsoever. And it's just ripe for continual conflict between those that want to grow anywhere and everywhere. And again, I'm happy to hear some of the grower community say it's not appropriate to grow it everywhere, but I think it has it backwards to put all these conditions on where grows can't happen instead of where they can. And the bottom line is, commercial activity does not belong in a residential area. I spoke in favor of the grocery outlet a couple of meetings ago because it's here on 299. I can tell you, if a grocery outlet or a Safeway were proposed in our neighborhood, I would be here speaking against that too, because commercial activity does not belong in a residential area. Unfortunately, we don't have the kind of zoning that other parts of the state have, so this is a compromise we're faced with. I implore you to vote in favor of the opt-out. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any other public comments?
We have some. We have James Cook.
James Cook, if you can hear us, please go ahead and speak.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, just fine.
Okay, great. My name is James Cook. I live in the proposed opt-out zone on First Left Road. My farm has been referenced here a few times. I currently hold a fully approved annual license. I'm against this opt-out, honestly, specifically the denial of transferring licenses. I don't believe that'll create any changes to the proposed opt-out area. As the draft EIR states, they may only allow future cultivation of previously disturbed areas. The draft EIR also states that priority watersheds are already being monitored, so I don't see how we should create an opt-out based on the limited parcels in the CWR zone at the end of Bear Creek Road. Also, with the planning department currently not even processing license applications, why create an opt-out zone? There's no pathway for one in the EIR. If the denial of transfer of licenses were to pass, it would be very detrimental to not only the value of my property, but my legal business associated with said property. Oh yeah, sorry, give me one sec. Before me here, I have a document which was issued from the Trinity County Planning Department, a notice of exemption from CEQA for my property. In it, it states, continued operation of the existing facility will not pose a risk to the environment or public safety. The area in which the project is located is not considered environmentally sensitive. Anyway, I'd also like to clarify a few other things that were mentioned about water tanks. We added 10 water tanks, not 15. That was alongside the planning department to mitigate water issues. We currently share water with our neighbor, and since adding those tanks, have had zero water issues whatsoever. I just think that with everything that's been said already, and the information that we have, that going forward with an opt-out zone at this time is not a good idea. I appreciate your time today. Thank you.
James, I just have another question because you did cut out for a minute when you had began to speak. Did you state that you have a currently approved cannabis license in the Rush Creek area?
Yes, I have fully approved annuals from both the state and the county.
Okay, thank you for answering that.
Yep.
Are there any additional public comments?
This is Dick Morris. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sandy, my wife and I would like to comment on the opt-out, specifically in support of the Rush Creek opt-out. Looking back on the evolution of marijuana in our county, one has to wonder, how did this happen? We now, not surprisingly, find ourselves in conflict, primarily due to our failure to recognize and act on the need for more than ragtag, hit or miss planning, as commercial cannabis activity is impacting both neighbors and growers with little certainty or guidance as to where and what is permissible. As we transition from historically small mom-and-pop gardens to multi-million-dollar industrial cannabis complexes, the need for certainty becomes urgent for growers and neighbors alike. With thousands of grows scattered throughout our county, surely the tiny geography occupied by a Rush Creek or other proposed opt-out will not impact the financial well-being of what has become a fully entrenched cannabis industry, and most importantly, will provide a small degree of certainty for all. Please respect the citizens' cry within our county, we too have rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Is your wife going to follow up with additional comment, or is that from both of you?
That's from both of us, and our comments are by way or on file with your clerk and the planning commission.
Okay, thank you very much. Any additional public comments?
Hands are up.
Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
I have some questions.
Are they technical questions?
Yeah, leave it, Kim. I think there's somebody else.
Unless there's some more comments, I don't know.
They were dropping books.
So, Kim, I'm, watched this process of this go-away situation. And this is before you, so I'm not attacking you by any means. We heard about it for quite a while, and code enforcement got involved. Yet, this gentleman that just spoke, who is licensed, is unrelated to all of that.
Correct.
Okay, because I didn't realize we had anyone with a vetted out license up there.
Oh, yes,
The one that he spoke, okay. And the other problem is just keeps circulating around and.
Yes.
Okay. So the issue of, and it sounds like there's also, and Keith, maybe you know as better than I do, there's a lot of illegal grows. Now, I mean a handful of illegal grows up there as well.
Yes, there's some.
How many citations have been issued on these illegal grows in this problematic area? Do we happen to know?
I don't have that spelled out. Again, I can get that information.
I know of several.
Citations?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, especially in the Bear Creek Road area.
Okay.
That's correct. We do have some addresses on Bear Creek Road. I just can't give you the exact number without looking through it.
And some of those have been cited numerous times, along with modifications to how residences that have basically created an unlivable dwelling.
Okay. And so back to someone pointed out, this obviously with this moratorium, if it were to pass, this shouldn't affect that one license holder who has all the permits. Is that correct?
Except possibly with the question of the transfer information, the transfer prohibition.
So how does that affect a person who, I mean, I'm for the moratorium, but
I think it only,
It would only affect if they applied for a transfer of it to another individual on that same property, and that would be prohibited at this time during the temporary moratorium.
okay, so they can't, so then they're stuck too, right?
Quick question, follow up with this, can they seek a waiver
No,
if they, okay?
and I got a waiver from an emergency ordinance.
So they would not be able to transfer, they could transfer their license out to somewhere else, obviously. But they couldn't do anything for what, a year?
No, well, the ordinance is in effect for 45 days.
Right.
And then it can be reissued for a year and up to another year, but, so there's no way of determining how long it would be in effect for. Because the board can terminate an urgency ordinance at any time.
but the hemp ordinance is a good example.
Right. So, I mean, here's a person who is caught up by this long-term bad actor problem.
But they still can't come to the board regarding this ordinance and seek a waiver or a step around specifically from the ordinance to allow him to transfer?
No, the way this is written, that wouldn't allow for it. When the board is crafting a permanent ordinance, you can include language in there regarding current license holders if it's the board's pleasure. But again, that would be discussed as you're drafting your permanent ordinance. The way this is written currently, there are no exceptions for transfer.
So we were aware that there was one legit license holder up there.
One legit and one pending application.
Yeah, well, the pending is, that's a different story, but this is someone who has put in
For several years.
Right.
I hate to ask the question, but can they sue us to transfer?
No.
Okay.
I mean, let me rephrase that.
Yeah, anybody.
Can sue the county.
Yeah.
But if this is an appropriately passed ordinance, they wouldn't be victorious on it.
Okay, thank you.
So is there not a workaround for this one individual in order to get this moratorium, possibly remove the transfer provision? I don't know that.
Correct. We could remove the word transfer, and that would allow him to transfer it through the pendency of this ordinance.
Transfer out.
No, it would allow him to transfer it on that same property as well. He can transfer out right now.
Right, that he can do, but that, I didn't realize there was I knew there's problems up there.
Could you point that out to me in the ordinance?
Ordinance states, the way the ordinance is currently written, it prohibits on section.
It's section 1, the second paragraph. The next one is down on item 4, section 2.
4, section 2 is what I'm referring to.
Okay, and section 3 also references.
Wait, hold on one moment. No, so what I'm referring to is section 3A. During the term of the interim ordinance, no new or transferred commercial cannabis cultivations will be issued within the Rush Creek area. So what that prohibits is anyone who has a current license in the Rush Creek area to transfer that to any properties in the Rush Creek area, including their own if they were to leave. So if you would like him to have the ability to transfer it within the Rush Creek area, we would want to make a different phrasing of that.
And obviously it also prohibits, which that I'm okay with, anyone transferring in, which likely they wouldn't do anyway.
Correct.
Go ahead and entertain a question from the public.
It just goes back to the comment that the gentleman made earlier that there was no set ordinances where you could grow beforehand. So this person came in to a residential neighborhood and created a grow, knowing that we didn't want it there, and it's his loss. He made a choice to put it in a residential neighborhood. I don't want to see that property being able to transfer to another grow. It's an opt-out area.
Any additional comments before we move on?
Well, this can be looked at either way. This is an urgency ordinance, which hopefully won't be over a year. I mean, right now we're just talking 45 days, but we hope to have something done within a year or 14 months. Is that even remotely reasonable, Kim?
To do what?
To have a permanent ordinance put in place.
Wow.
Which county? Which state of mind?
Well, it can't last more than 2 years. Otherwise, the opt-out goes away and that's that.
You're good.
So one can look at that this just freezes it for that time period. And then the permanent ordinance could take care of it one way, fix the ability to transfer, or we could fix the ability say there's transfer now and then take more public comment later if people wanted to transfer in the future.
He's not the problem one. No, correct, okay. Like that other
Mission compliance, no violations.
and no violence.
So I don't really have the appetite to sit here and scuttle this whole thing for another year over one grow and one transfer. So I would be willing to, in this ordinance, to allow legal, we have one, legal parcels to transfer within his property on an urgency ordinance and let the fight go on to another day to get all the other things qualified.
That's fine, I just, I didn't know we had anybody up there.
Clarify, what you're proposing is modifying it, the urgency ordinance, to say during the term of the interim ordinance, no new or transferred commercial cannabis license shall be issued within the Rush Creek area with the exception of a current licensee transferring onto their own property.
Correct.
Let me make that
Current valid.
valid.
Good
Can
standing.
that APN be specified?
Oh, good idea.
And can it be specified to be a one-time only transfer? Yeah, you can write that in there.
No,
Strike
yeah,
process.
what I'm doing is, and again, I turned to planning for this, what we have to make a determination is if there's a reason for doing that, and a planning-based reason.
No.
My understanding
Yeah.
is that it may be an equity-based reason, which I'm somewhat less comfortable with in doing, putting too many restrictions on it. But if there's a reason why you believe one versus allowing them to transfer during the term is necessary to protect the safety, well-being of the public, I'm happy to consider it.
And this can go on for two, what, did somebody?
You could just
Excuse me?
pre-existing licensees.
Chair.
So your wording of, valid licensees, and then I would throw a date on it. So go ahead and state that again for the record, because I'm going to be making a motion.
If you would mind, give me 1 second so I can write it out so the clerk can have an official copy of it, and I can read it out.
You feel better?
The covert's not working.
China shop.
Are you sure you want to set this precedent?
Well, we're following precedent.
Yeah. The grandfather part you're referring to?
Yes.
The grandfather was just pretty much overwritten.
I understand that, and I don't disagree with that. But my point here is that there's going to be a time and a place at the Planning Commission for the full permanent ordinance for everybody to have their say and
So let this ordinance sit as is and give yourself 45 days a year and 2 years to move through it.
I stated earlier I could go either way on this to not to stop this, so I'm trying to go back to I have to count to 3. No, I have to count to 4, so I have to get every one of you happy, and I have 2 that are unhappy if I go one way or the other. So.
Well, it's just, this guy's had a license for how many years? You may not know, Kim.
At least 2. Probably more, but I know at least 2.
If,
But we would have got the opt-out first, if we had a chance.
I don't know, is that true? I don't.
There was no vehicle for doing an opt-out.
There wasn't. We tried.
No, I mean the license part.
I
I could contact my staff quickly, but the licensee that's in compliance, that's existing, has been there for at least 2 years. It may be more, I'll contact my staff and get the information.
If it was 6 months ago, it's a different story.
Supervisor, did you have a date that you wanted the transfer to go out to prior to?
1/1/20.
Past
Or past one.
1/1/20?
Yes. We have one applicant that says it's had it for 2 years, we can go back to
Understood.
1/1/20.
I understand. Okay, I thought it meant they had to have the transfer completed before 1/1/20. You're saying they have to be,
Have
they
a
have to be
valid
licensed?
license as of 1/1/20.
That makes sense.
I see what you're saying.
Thank you.
So, let me ask another technical question. If this fails,
Why do you hold on for a second?
We should have the motion on the table before we.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we table this until a further point in time.
No.
Do we have a second?
Yeah,
They
that's what
have
I'm
been
looking for is
waiting.
a second, and then then I'll be making a subsequent. Or Keith might.
So we have a motion on the table, is there a second?
I don't think, did you make a motion yet?
he made a motion.
Oh, I didn't hear it.
Just table until
Oh.
a later date.
No second? No motion? Is there another motion on the table?
Mr. Chair, I have a technical question of council before I'd like to hear any motions entertained.
Okay.
Council, if this is voted on today and is defeated, what happens at that point?
So if it's defeated, it cannot technically be brought back for a year period of time. There is an exception that if you get a 4/5 vote, you can waive the Rosenberg's Rules of Order and bring it back, but it would require a 4/5 vote to waive the rules, bring it back, and then again a 4/5 vote to pass.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion on the table? I don't believe we do.
No.
Oh, the table failed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Would entertain a motion?
Well, we're just trying to think of this technicality.
Do it
I think she's looking for some information. Kim is.
Not seeing one staff member that responded is driving back to the office right now from lunch. So it's lunchtime. I'm not getting responses.
And what's the clarification we're waiting on exactly?
I have your sentence ready to go whenever you are.
Go ahead and read it.
The sentence would now read, during the term of the interim ordinance, no new or transferred commercial cannabis cultivation license shall be issued within the Rush Creek Estate area, with the exception that any current licensee who received their county license on or before 1/1/20 and are in good standing with the county may transfer their license to their current property.
So with that said, I'm going to make a motion to accept the ordinance as originally written.
Okay, we'll open this up for discussion. Any members of the board like to
Is
comment?
that included?
Nope.
Oh.
Did hear back from my staff. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, the license was issued in 2017. It's been there for
3 years.
So go ahead.
It's up for you to do a subsequent.
Right. All right, I'll do subsequent, because it is a 17 deal. What Margaret said.
You might want to put that in a better form.
Well, what Margaret said, just let know. Yes, please.
So the motion will be to approve with the amendment to the sentence, create during the term of this interim ordinance, no new or transferred commercial cannabis cultivation license shall be issued within the Rush Creek Estate area, with the exception that any current licensee who received their county license on or before January 1st, 2020, and are in good standing with the county may transfer their license to their current property.
Okay.
I have a question about the.
Wait, I'm not done. So I want to make sure that, 5 people aren't going to raise their hand and say, oh, we have a license. That's not happening, right?
There's one licensee in this.
Yeah, okay. Because I don't want to have 5 other people say we have a license and we didn't. 'Cause that's not, this guy didn't get in there yesterday.
So the,
That's my suspect.
okay. So the clarification is that there's one existing approved commercial cannabis license since 2017 that will remain in the opt-out. Is that correct? County Council.
Correct.
Thank you.
And can be transferred.
We will listen to your question.
I'm sorry, the person who is the holder of that cannabis license, how many parcels does that person have? Is it 3? Because there's one that owns 3 separate parcels.
It's not that, it's an individual.
Okay.
That's what I told him.
Right.
We have a motion, do we have a second? Do we have a second? I tried.
Yes, we do have a second.
Okay.
But you don't have a second on the sub.
On the subsequent motion, I can work for you.
No, there's no second on the subsequent motion.
Let's refrain from talking until we have that.
Right.
So we have a subsequent motion on the table. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Is there any discussion on the subsequent motion or further clarification?
No.
So the current licensee can sell to Leon Draper?
Hold please, it's not public at this point, it's back to court.
Right.
So we have that. We don't want more problems.
Call for a question.
Well, I've got a couple questions and comments also because
I'm trying to find a solution. Because I don't want that either.
I would like to point out, and it's kind of outside of this one specific topic, that if this personal grow ordinance ends up coming back into Trinity County, this opt-out will not affect that. Is that correct?
Right. Say that one more time.
If there's a personal grow ordinance that becomes part of Trinity County and people are entitled to their 30 plants for medical grows, that will not apply to the opt-out. Is that correct?
No, because that is personal grow, that would be different. This is
So
commercial.
I would like to make note that if this all proceeds and is approved, there's still a high likelihood you will have neighbors with 30 plants in their backyard that can produce 10 pounds each, and the odors will potentially be exactly the same. I'll add that the water consumption for 30 plants could also be quite significant. So I just want to make sure that that's clear, because if this gets approved and then all of a sudden a year down the road, 3 months down the road, or the following season, everyone's saying, oh, these 30 plants are in the backyard, it stinks, it smells, we have this opt-out. So I just want to make sure everyone is aware of that and on the same page.
Yeah, I didn't follow that.
Personal grow ordinance on six plants.
The one that was discussed from the DOJ, the 30 medical.
With the medical.
No, that's medical.
I know.
We've got a personal, recreational, adult use. That's 6.
If medical
Came back
down the road,
Okay.
as it's been requested, would 30 plants be allowed within this opt-out area?
That will have to be explored when that ordinance is presented. But the opt-out is for commercial cultivation only.
Okay. So my point is making it aware to the Rush Creek residents that although this, regardless of where this goes, there still may be 30 large plants in your neighbor's backyard down the line. Is that safe to say?
That is safe to say, but again, that ordinance at that time would be, go through the public process
Okay.
and.
So it'd be
and-
subjected to similar
Absolutely.
issues? Okay.
Let's wait till it happens.
I just want to make sure that that's the thought that people are
They
considering.
weren't even aware when they moved there now that there would be commercial cultivation. I wasn't aware of that, and I've been trying to hold the county up to handle that, and that's one reason I'm sitting here now. Can't wait to wait.
The only right that there would be to grow any cannabis without further legislation is the state license to grow personal.
Okay, yes, I
The
understand.
medical is not a thing yet.
I understand.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second, and that's the issue of not transferring it to this problem issue. So I don't know that there's a workaround that. I mean, you caught that, right?
No, I understand.
This person couldn't transfer it to this person who's been causing all this trouble up there.
They could or could not.
Well, correct, as it's written, they could, that's a risk, and that's, would defeat what we're trying to do. And this is a problem.
One would be John, call the question.
So we have a subsequent motion. Is that correct, for the subsequent or on the initial?
Yeah, I don't want, maybe we'll have something squared away when the permit gets squared away. So I'm going to withdraw my subsequent.
Subsequent motion has been withdrawn. We are back to our initial motion. Would we like to restate the initial motion, Supervisor Groves?
As written.
Thank you. Is there any additional discussion? Seeing none, I'd ask that you pull the board.
Supervisor Finley?
Yes.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Morris?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Can I ask, I guess this, oh, Richard, you're here. Richard or Margaret, this is a bit of a false sense of security, this moratorium, and I would highly encourage those managing code enforcement to really go up there and tackle these illegal guys who are up there.
Oh, wait, what about Hetton?
What?
Throw Hetton in there too,
Well, there's a lot of, but this is a problem area and has been for a while, and, you know, that one issue of go away shouldn't have taken that long. And so if we're gonna do this, let's do it.
Okay.
And make sure we don't bother the guy with the license.
He's a great guy. I mean, if you have to have a grower, he's a great grower, but I don't want it transferred to a Leon Draper guy.
Okay, we have motion to recess. We will resume at
4 o'clock.
2:45.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Not how it
Doing something fun, call me.
If we do something, what?
Do something fun, call me.